Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, October the 16th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That will help get us going this morning. Thank you, Bill. All right, guys. First of all, we're in for a nice robust open. Look at the SPY. Wonder if we can hold it today. Look at the SPY. Big move up so far pre-market. And we are at the beginning of the big first week of earnings season. A lot of the big banks. Not too many today. I don't. Only earnings play I actually see is FNGR has a big following. So let's see what happens with it. Well, big following, and it had a lot of action, of course, several months ago. So let's see what happens with this one. It's up 6% right now. No big deal, but it is the only earnings play that I see. I'm sure there are others, but it's the only one that I'm seeing through my filters, or that have passed my filter requirements. So let's take a look at the other things that are happening. ETW. I think I put that wrong. I think I put EXTO or something. So this is supposed to be ETWO. Thank you, Ali and Les and YouTube. So ETWO. So I don't see any really. Actually, I do see some news. Elliott takes a 9% stake, evaluates takeover offer. Big down day on Friday. I'm sorry, on Thursday. Bit of a recovery on Friday. The high on Thursday was to 327. So if it takes that out, so there is a little bit of news. AMAM. Now this is interesting. AMAM is the one that Williams said had about 44 halts, probably could have been this week here, or could have been maybe that day there. This is in the past, of course, and the record was broken by that stock last week, not this stock, but I can't remember what the name of the stock that broke its record. But anyway, AMAM in the news again, trading higher. Announced two abstracts dealing with updated safety and efficacy data. Efficacy data from the ongoing phase 1/2 trial. Efficacy. Jeez. Efficacy. I knew that wasn't right. So that's your news for AMAM. MLTX, and this is really choppy if you look at the daily chart. Big day today, but just tough to look at this chart really, guys, on the daily basis. On the daily chart, this up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Some news today after the company traded higher, after the company announced 24-week top line results from its global phase 2, etc. Also, Needham has put a 76 price target on it. Okay, so has some news plus the $76 price target by Needham. So, well, you can see over the last few weeks, it has been really choppy. So if it can take out 63, see, I'm going to put an alert around there, 63.49, that might get it running. EPIX. Why do I have this one down here? I don't even see it anymore on my, oh, here it is right at the top. EPIX, EPIX. I do not see a reason. I'm looking for a reason. I don't see any headline on it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't see any reason on this one. EPIX. VSTO. Big gap down. A big gap down. So they are selling us. There's a sporting products unit, $1.91 billion deal, but they've also cut their sales forecast. So I don't know what they're left with. Not sure what they're left with after selling their sporting products business for 1.9 billion. I'm not sure what they're left with after that. Okay, I'm just seeing this one coming across my crawler here. BTTX, another real cheap one, guys. Yeah, we're getting a lot of these real cheap, really sub $1 stocks that are having pops in the pre-market. Anyway, this is BTTX. TANH. This is one I completely missed last week or on Friday. Some of you guys were talking about it. I completely missed this move. Anyway, look at the sell-off though. I mean, this got up to 394 and it closed at 154. So, but it's having a bit of a comeback again. China stock, low float. CNSL. It's still up here. Yeah, it's still up here. Let's see. Trying to see if there's any news. This is okay. This is a buyout, guys. Basically a buyout. If you bought for $3.1 billion, including its debt. Okay. I didn't see the news when I saw it. Yeah, Mara and Bitcoin, or Mara and Riot. Bitcoin is having a big pop actually today. Big pop. Take a look at BITO. Yeah, look at, I know this is not exactly Bitcoin, but an ETF in the sector up 4.6%, BITO. So your usual suspects, Mara and Riot, I'm sure Coin. Yep. And then the disaster du jour is ALDX. Look at this, down 73% now after the FDA said it identified some substantive review issues. Not a good thing. Okay, so that is ALDX. Hopefully nobody's holding that over the weekend. So another one that got hammered down on Friday, EH is trying to have a bit of a comeback also. EH, China. Actually, that's right. Well, it was up, still up Friday, but got up to $25 and it closed down here at 20. So it had a big sell-off. It was still up for the day, of course, a lot, but big sell-off. Goldman, whoa, okay, here we go. Goldman upgrading EH with a buy target of 30. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, Goldman upgrade 35 or 30. Okay, I got to jot that down. Definitely have to watch this one, guys. See if this. I mean, overall had a great day on Friday, except it sold off from the highs in a big way, but it was still up a lot. So closed higher than the close on Thursday. So with Goldman piling into this. All right, let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. We know one of them. Wow. Pretty big list of upgrades, actually. Let's see if I get a few of these in here. What I'm looking for is, well, something like the EH with a price target way above the current price. All right, let's get a few of these in here. Say there's a big upgrade list. Look at CHKP. It's an expensive one, but CHKP, Morgan Stanley has an upgrade. It's not quite there, but 144 is their price target from 118 before. CHKP. There's the Goldman upgrade for E8. That's a big upgrade. All right, guys, a few more of these upgrades. VRNS has an upgrade, Morgan Stanley. Let's take a look at the price, the upgrade. First, I'm going to check the price to see if it's near the upgrade price. The answer is so this has got a pretty big upgrade also. VRNS, Morgan Stanley, with a price target of 39 for VRNS. So VRNS, got that one down. VRNS, Morgan Stanley, with a price target of 39. So that is a bit above the current price. The next, we'll take a look at some of these downgrades, see if there's anything interesting there. I say there's way more upgrades than downgrades right now. Right, we've got a downgrade for KBH. Take a look at this one to see if this is close to the downgrade price. The answer is yeah. So Goldman has downgraded KBH with a price target of 48. So that's way below that now. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. And again, I'd be definitely watching VRNS with an upgrade to 39. And of course, EH with an upgrade to $30 from Goldman. EH, interesting. All right, guys. As I said, we're in for a nice big open. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm sure they're all going to be positive. The only one that may not be, I haven't looked at the price of oil. Sometimes take a look at the energy sector. So they're all positive, guys. We've got a big positive open. Every sector is at least, so what I should explain, anybody new here. So these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you say 95.65% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. So you can just do a quick look at all the sectors. They're all well above 50%. I'll take a look at the sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. The blue line you see in my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So you can see energy continues to move away. Retail is still being, yeah, retail, look at that. Retail is still drifting away. Consumer staples drifting away. Healthcare. All right. Healthcare maybe challenge. Maybe it'll challenge the 200-day again today. It's still below. So those are three major sectors below. Industrials, XLI. So industrials still below. Still below. You can see what it did on Friday. It got into it, but it closed down below, sitting basically right at it right now. The 200-day is 102.65, so it's right at it right now. Remain, but technically below, so that's four. Financials. Well, this will be a big week for financials, guys. Well, we had some of the big banks on Friday. Didn't really help that much. But we've got Goldman, we've got a bunch of them this week, some of the big guys. So we'll see if that helps get that XLF, excuse me, above the 200-day moving average. But still below. That's five. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Still above. A little bit, but it's still above. The utilities, I think that's still way below. Yeah, I mean, it's trying to recover, but look at this. Look at that drop from there, but it's trying to recover, but still below. So there's another one, six. And materials, XLB, still below, that's seven. We know the communications and tech are still above. Let's see where they are. Yeah, a couple of not bad days, but I mean, a couple of down days for communications, but still well above. And then technology, XLK. So we've got seven of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average still. So I think the big one this week will be financials. See how those banks perform today or this week. A lot of them are releasing earnings, and Goldman releases on. See what that's tomorrow. So before the market opens tomorrow is when Goldman has their earnings release. So let's talk a little bit about the free trade of the week. Excuse me, NXE. NXE is the trade of the week. Trade of the week. Suggested entry 570. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you if you trade it at all. It's so interesting. Steve and I look at these things very differently. I think I wouldn't take it unless it, I look at this 591 area right over here. So I mean, you took it at 570, but I'd have to read the email. But there is always rationale behind his entry. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, tattoo did the reverse split. I think it was effective on Friday. I see that Rite Aid also filed for Chapter 11. RAD filed for Chapter 11. I'm hearing MNTS also, guys. MNTS. A pretty big day on Thursday. And from a dollar, well, that's to say the least. 181 up to 441, pulled back. Friday, so the trend is up. I mean, the trend is definitely up with MNTS. Low float, 1.8 million in the float. Yeah, so MNTS, guys, I don't know if there's any specific news on it today. Probably not. So, big question: Will the market be able to hold these gains? That's one of the bigger spy pops we've seen in the pre-market in the last little while. This ALDX continues to move down. Boy, there are a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. 1.13 million. Not that I want to short it now, but all-time low now, though. All-time low for ALDX. Not good news delivered to them by the FDA. Amen. Does it really? KVYO. I always forget that one. That was the other big IPO from 3 weeks ago, I think. 3 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago now. Wow. Time flies. All right. As quiet period comes to an end. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. So there's Needham and there's Cowan. Checking out AMC here, guys. So the Taylor Swift thing happened Friday and over the weekend, of course. But so far, I guess you buy the buzz, but once it happens, you sell it. GBTC, I'm hearing. GBTC. Don't often hear this one, guys. This is the other, like the pink sheet Bitcoin. So like BITO, 78,000 shares. Let's take a look at BITO though. So Bitcoin is moving, guys. Look at Bitcoin. Wow, big pop here. A lot more volume. A lot more volume. And you're here, Riot and Mara. Wow, look at Bitcoin. I'm looking at now. I know this is maybe slightly delayed, but I have it up $1,200 or so to about 2,800. I know it's delayed. Okay, I'm looking at my ID, but big shot here though. Look at that. All right, guys. Yeah, this is quite a move. I'll take a look at the individual like Riot and Mara. So they're moving just with Bitcoin, BITL. I'm just trying to see if there's any like real specific reason. The Mooch says Bitcoin could hit 150,000 to 250,000. Okay. On BTC ETF launch. So ARM probably has the same sort of thing, Amanda, right? Now that all the analysts in theory are allowed, quote unquote, allowed to talk about them in terms of, as you call them, analyst initiations. ARM probably. So is IB that far behind? Fine. Has Bitcoin dropped then? I have 28,967, 28,990. I mean, I know I'm supposed to be 15 minutes delayed. So if you're looking at it at 27,972, that's about $100 difference. Yeah, the PCTI didn't mention it. It's a buyout. Didn't mention it. You can just tell it's a buyout. Look how it's flatlining across. All right, guys, market's going to open. Nobody told me. Market's going to open less than a minute, about 30 seconds from now. Let's have a great start to this trading week. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down a bit. All right, guys, we're now open. Not very surprised. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, usually we get an alert right off the bat. Okay, well, again, look at that DRS, guys. That DRS is just inches its way up. Another all-time high for DRS. So anything Bitcoin related, BITF, anything Bitcoin related, surging right now. Is BNTX had a downgrade this morning? I believe BNTX had a downgrade this morning. And this is a pretty big move down now for BNTX. Under $100 now, BNTX. Okay, guys, EH again with that Goldman upgrade. EH with the Goldman upgrade. Again, guys, EH with that Goldman upgrade. Upgraded it to $30. EH with a price target. So upgrade with a price target of 30. All right, guys, MLTX still hanging around up here. They have an upgrade also, $76 by Needham. That's MLTX. Again, it's all early. The CNSL was a buyout. Market is okay. At least we're putting in the first bar. Ooh, there's the ALDX, and this on a bounce? Yeah, so ALDX at a bounce. Bad news. FDA basically saying no to their drug, and but it's having a bit of a bounce. I don't know what else they've got in their pipeline. Yeah, here's that MACS guy. So the high on Thursday was 434. Well, that's what the mooch says, Taurus, and the BTC, or when BTC, that spot ETF becomes available, that's when Bitcoin will really soar. Look at MNTS. Okay, not all is rosy. Look at XPAV, guys. XPAV, big drop here. XPAV. China ADRs fall as Middle East concerns outweigh signs of recovery. Okay, so I'm sure KWeb is probably moving down also. Yeah, so KWeb is so the China is weak. Snap, SNAP, SNAP. Seeing a lot of great moves early today, basically moving with the SPY. Yeah, look at Manu, guys. Manu, MANU. I didn't see this in the pre-market. After the Qatari investor group has withdrew its bid. Yeah, okay. What a soap opera for Manu, MANU. Sava. Yeah, like a lot of stocks, just whippy in the first 15 minutes, very whippy in the first 15 minutes. EH, no, also very whippy. This one is not, well, I can't say it's not whippy. I mean, big bottoming tail, topping tail, big bottoming tail, but MNTS on the move here. All right. Sorry, guys. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. This is Vietnam EV player. Look at a MAM now, guys. Is it gone negative? Yeah, it's actually gone negative now. AMAM. Oh, here's another one. Look at this medical properties track. MPW. Seeing this one quite a bit. All-time low now. MPW. All-time low. MPW. MNTS was halted. Yes, 938 plus 2 seconds. So look at the potential open. So halted at 459. This is this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt price for MNTS. Potential open. No big clue yet. Schwab. Schwab. Schwab's on the move. Don't often see a stock like this in the momentum scan. So it has earnings. Oh, had earnings this morning. Okay. Didn't see it. So Schwab, SCHW, earnings play. The next high looking left looks like around 53. If it can get through 53, then the next highs are in the 55 level. So Manu showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. A little early for me to take it, but again, all the drama regarding this one. I mean, but this is a big gap down now, guys. Look at the weekly chart here. 2070 is the low there. So, I mean, am I right? Can't be right. 1726. Excuse me. If it takes out 1726, I'm going to stick an alert around that 1722 level because I mean that is after that. The next lows are way down here around 13 for Manu, MANU. Now the low in the pre-market was down here at 1522. So Visto, guys, VSTO, tried to get up to the 200-day moving average. Excuse me. You can see the high right there, 28.18. The 200-day moving average is 28.11. That blocked it so far. So far. Okay, that is proving to be resistance. It obviously went way down through the 200-day moving average, and now it's approaching it from the bottom. And let's see if it can get through. Or will that block it again, cause it to drop again? Wow, look at AMAM. Interesting. So even though Manu is down a lot, I mean, Manu is down 12%, and it does trade options, but the option volume is nothing nothing out of the ordinary. Interesting. 58%. But this is going to increase, of course, but 4,600 contracts approximately right now, which is about 58% of normal. Normal meaning what has been the average over the last 10 days. MACD resumed. Okay, there you have the Visto is turning around, guys. The Visto through the 200-day moving average. Remember, we're looking at that one. 200-day moving average 2011. So now it is through a little bit. Okay, and that's the VSTO. Schwab on the move, guys. Excuse me, SCHW. SCHW. Earnings play today, this morning. Still has some room. Looking left, $55. Haven't seen this one for a long time. HUYA. HUYA. What's the next high looking left? May not be that much room. So this is China stock. HUYA, China stock. All right, so guys, we've got a big topping tail. That first 15-minute SPY candle, big topping tail. Okay, so the seller buyers had it way up here. Sellers knocked it down. This next candle is critical, maybe for today. Let's see if this can hold. Maybe start to move into this area, or are we going to have a big fade now? This one's got some room, guys. Oh, wait a minute. 1844. Well, maybe not enough. ARRY underneath that whole number. The next low looking left on the weekly is 1844, but yeah, might have. Boy, if I could ever get through 1844, then you look left, 1729 or so. For Harry, ARRY. Yeah. Okay, guys. So I see somebody shorted coin. Nice short for coin. Great short for coin. Looks like the Bitcoin plays are giving it up again. All right, first 15 in. Now I'll start taking a look a little more closely at some of these. Take a look at Snap on the breakout. Okay, guys. So again, VSTO, still hovering around that 200-day moving average. Okay. I do see here that the AI suggested a short at 27.89. So right at that 200-day moving average. All right. Okay. Market green bar so far. Second 15-minute candle. Wow, that's a big drop. Wow. All right. So yeah, MNTS halted on the way down now. Okay, guys, I want to take a look a little more closely at some of these. This Visto has me intrigued if it gives up the 200-day, which it is now. You guys, I'm really watching this Visto right here, VSTO. Okay, guys, I took the Visto, okay? 80. It's anywhere close to that whole number, I'm out. It's on the short, on the short. And that's the VSTO. It's still trying to make up its mind. UA, guys, UA Under Armour. Now, this is not the one that normally trades. I think the UAA trades more, but Under Armour. Take a look at UAA. They're going to be the same in terms of probably the percentage increase. So that's 658,000. And Under Armour, UA, there's different classifications. Yeah, so UAA trades a little bit more. VRNS, that had the upgrade by Morgan Stanley, right, to 39. Okay, another one trading lower, guys. ATEC, ETEC, ATEC, big pop in the pre-market. Didn't see this at all. Not very much volume. Probably that's the reason. Now it's gone negative. ATEC. Maybe keep an eye on OFIX, guys. OFIX. OFIX. All right, what's the next high looking left for OFIX? 1271. Yeah, maybe too much resistance between 1266 and 13. So I'm going to forget about that one. Come on down, Visto, VSTO. So I see Macy's is also moving up, guys. Macy's M is moving up. So let's take a look at the retail sector. XRT. Okay, something's happening with the because we saw Under Armour and Macy's. So yeah, retail's moving higher here. Moderna moving down here, guys. mRNA just broke down through 100 on Friday. Now continuing down. So it looks like the vaccine, BNTX, Novavax, and Moderna, all very weak. Well, I guess EH, of course, China had a nice pop early but is really giving it up now. So you just have to take a look at China. KWeb, actually, no. So EH is really, look at China, big pop for China. This is ETF for China. Well, there are a lot shorts available too, and Interactive Brokers for EH. I just don't want to do it. It's surprising to me that KWeb is having the bounce. EH is not, especially with that $30 price target by Goldman. But that's the market, guys. Okay, guys, I've covered some of my Visto right at 50. Okay, probably wouldn't have unless except it had that pop. So you never know. And the market is still pretty strong. When I say 50, I mean 27.50, of course, from 27.80. Not a huge move, but MLTX, guys, MLTX, having a bit of a move here. Got to get out of all this congestion here. I think I have a, yeah, I have a price target, not a price target, but a price alert around 63.50. This has, I think it, so we got another one, Wedbush, $86 price target. Okay, Needham had a 76. Wedbush has now got an 86 price target for MLTX. Again, just because a firm puts a price target doesn't mean it's going to get there. But and they did have some news. Their skin disorder drug. Boy, I missed my short on AMAM. I missed my short on it. Huge, huge missed opportunity by me. Wow, what a recovery for ALDX, guys. That is a big recovery on a percentage basis from the low 137, 244. Where the heck is William? I wanted him to tell us whether or not they had anything else in their pipeline. And now it's halted again. ALDX. Pow, POWW on the move here. RVMD, okay, RVMD showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 32. What's the price now? 32.17. Okay, well, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 32.65 is the next high looking left. It can get through that, then 33-ish. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. SASI. This is a huge daily reversal. Stock that was up the previous day and down the next day, but it's not shortable for me. SASI. TPST. I think somebody mentioned this one a little while ago. TPST on the move here, guys. TPST on the move. Friday's high was 576, so it's got some room. Of course, I had the huge day on, looks like that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. No, that would have been Wednesday. Big jump on Wednesday. Actually closed up there also. I think, was this a reverse split? I can't remember anymore. Oh, man. Anybody get this short? What an awesome short, guys. Really. I mean, with a $4 short on a MAM, excuse me, AMAM. Shady INMD. I do see that one. Yeah, INMD. It's trying to recovery mode. So it's got 2288 is the next high. So it still has some room. Yeah. So the Visto was just a short trade. Again, I didn't love it because of the pop, but now it's above the 200-day moving average again, VSTO. Well, TAL is still, this is a China stock, but it is not, well, some of the China stocks are still moving down, some are moving up, kind of a mixed bag. What is the top gainer? I don't know. Could check. So if you look at the market scope, EXTO is up 32%. I guess that's the based on whatever filters are in place here. I guess that is the biggest gainer. EXTO. Oreo. MREO. Yeah, to me again, could be some resistance not that far away. Looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, CFDs. I mean, I don't even know if they're available in the States. I know people in England or the UK and some European countries can trade CFDs. Okay. If you want the definition, you can just Google it, but here it is. Okay. I don't know if they're available in the States. I'm pretty sure they're not available in Canada. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. It did work. You can click on that. I didn't think they were allowed in the States, certainly not in Canada. BAX continues down, guys. Bad week last week. This is a dialysis play. Okay, so bad week last week, continuing down. Again, with these weight loss pills and or injections and maybe pills coming, etc. I'm going to take a look at Costco. I think there's a lot of pressure being put on these retailers that sell. I'm not saying Costco only sells junk, of course, but Walmart, though, I mean, they're the ones that came out and said, "Hey, our sales are hurting because of people laying off junk food to a certain extent." Ooh, man, guys. I mean, if this can ever come back, I mean, look at SGH. I mean, had that terrible day. I think it was an earnings play. This was an earnings play. Okay, SGH was an earnings play. Got slammed down and cut basically over half. Okay, from that was Thursday's close. This is Friday's action. Trying to come back a little bit here. Okay, and that's SGH. Obviously has a ton of room. This is showing up on my on the abnormal option activity scan right up here. Well, how's DVA doing? The ones that run a lot of the dialysis clinics, I guess, DVA. So DVA is, yeah, it's kind of hanging. So Bax is definitely weak. Bax is weak in that sector. All I'm doing is quoting what the CEO said, Shady. That's all I'm doing. EVH, guys. So if this can somehow take out 2752, oh, okay. Okay, coffee. Yeah, EH. if it can get over maybe the high of the body of that previous 15-minute candle right around here, and see if that gold one upgraded to 30 really gets a rocking again. But it's really not following KWEB closely. No, it isn't. Well, maybe KWEB will help drag it up. I mean, KWEB is now positive. This is a big China ETF. Somebody mentioned Overstock earlier, so I see this JAT Capital urges a strategic review. Come on. Guys, this has got some room. I mean, Overstock's got some room. 1706 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So, I mean, that's got some room. Overstock has some room. When I say it has some room, when you look left, where's the next high? Where could it stall? Not that it's going to get to the next high necessarily, of course, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Yeah, look at this busting out now, and look at the SPY guys. So taking out the high of the 15 of the first 15-minute candle, taking that out. Maybe some retail moves today. Look at it. Look at American Eagle, AEO. We're definitely getting some. Look at these retail moves. Again, just take a look at XRT. So if you're going to play a retailer, unless it has specific news, keep an eye on XRT. Make sure you see what it's doing. Oh, man. Wow. Well, congrats to anybody who took this one. The next low looking left is around 11. I mean, if it took that out, the next low is around 1040. Going completely counter to the market. This is an alpha stock, guys. Market's soaring higher. This is soaring lower, if you can use the term soaring. Especially when it had such a big pop in the pre-market up to $21. There's a $10 drop. The Pfizer is PFE. His earnings coming up end of the month. Trying to see if there's any specific news with Pfizer. I think it had an upgrade. I'm not sure, but I think it may have had an upgrade. PFE. Well, I don't know. That's right. I did read the news. Slashes their revenue forecast by 9 billion. Well, that so why not? Stock moves higher. Okay. All right, guys. Manu. If it ever takes out this low here of 1726, I mean, look left. Look left on this weekly chart for Manu. The next low is around 13. And again, so the news that the Qatari group. All right, so the Qatari group is suggesting that they're not going to acquire it, and then this guy Ratcliffe looking to acquire a 25% stake. So all sorts of drama. Yeah, TPST. Good for you guys. Anybody who took that one? TPST. Oh, BDC guys. So BDC, look at this one. So this had a terrible day on Friday. Can't remember why. I don't even think I saw this one on Friday. I cannot remember anything about this one on Friday. It's now above Friday's high and, massive potential gap to fill. But so this was the news on Friday, lowering its Q3 guidance. Wow. So the lower guidance, look at this. I mean, what a collapse. Trying to come back a little bit today. BDC. Oh man. The MAM is actually getting in close to that 200-day moving average. Where's that 200-day moving average? I'm gonna have to reload. $10.36, so it's getting relatively close to that 200-day moving average for a MAM, AMAM. Well, here was your alert. 1280. I mean, you could have got it earlier, of course, but even if you'd waited, a MAM on the option activity, 1280, $2 drop and counting. Now, will that 200-day moving average hold at 1036? Hasn't been an easy one, but Visto now continues down. Not in it anymore, of course, but Visto, VSTO, is trying to continue down, but it's been pretty choppy. PRTA, big move here for PRTA. Next high looking left is 53.23. Bit of a tough spread, 52.16, 52.55. So it's a bit of a tough spread. Well, keep an eye on this BDC. I mean, if it takes out 74, this could really start to move again. It's up, not up a huge amount, up 4% or so, BDC, but it's all about the gap, the potential gap fill. I mean, there's a 200-day 87, so that's far enough away, of course. Wow, HUYA, HUYA. You guys are talking about Indy, INDI, INDI. Yeah, okay, coming into probably some resistance. It's a short of it for me. Lots of shares, 4.6 million. Looks like it's coming into some resistance around 570-ish, 580, not that far away. Well, market continues to surge here, guys. Ah, man, I wish this high weren't up here. This PRTA. All right, well, Visto is continuing down now. Again, I'm not in it anymore on the short, but it is now continuing down, taking out the low of the day is 26. I mean, if it takes out 26, it's got room on the weekly chart anyway till about 24. All right, Path. This is something to do with Kathy Wood. Well, guys, I mean, here's the AM. Is it going to bounce off that 200-day? It's 20 cents away. There's that blue line on my daily chart. Oh man. Anyway, $10.56, 1036 is the 200-day. Will that hold it? Well, that proved to be some form of support. Schwab, guys, nice earnings play for Schwab, SCHW. It is, again, $55 is the next high looking left, approximately. It is an earnings play. One moment, please. I'll be right back. Wow, look at this. There's a big drop now. Underneath 26. Again, the next low looking left is around 24, 23.89 or so. The pre-market low was down here, about $1 away, 24.74. Oh, guys, okay, ORN, it is the trigger. Well, when I say trigger, look at Visto now, guys. Wow. I wish if it hadn't had that little pop up, I'd still be in this. But unfortunately, I had that little jog up. Well, Visto now, he's even showing up on my 10-day. I'm on the abnormal option activity scan. Well, we got two killer shorts. I mean, the Visto now and the MM. Yeah, let's take a look at IWM, the Russell. Yeah, so way below the 200-day moving average, but yeah, having a decent day. Okay, guys, I'm in the SGH. I know I'm taking it a little bit ahead of that whole number, but I'm in it. Usually I wait for the whole number break, but this looks really interesting, of course, because of the gap. And this is of course in my option scanner. So there was the alert 1384. That was at 10 o'clock. It really did nothing. Got into the 90s. I decided to take it. So we'll see what happens now. SGH. Again, I'm not a suggestion to do what I'm doing. I'm just telling what I'm doing. And again, I don't usually do this. I usually wait for the whole number break, but the part PRTA. I mean, that was really good. Also, the problem was the spread, but you know what? The spread didn't matter anymore. Maybe I should have waited for that 14 break. Okay, guys, I have taken myself out of the SGH. I should have, well, I usually wait for a 14 break. So what I'm going to do now is put an alert on the 14 break if it does. Hey, look at that, got right up to 14. All right, AM. Is it finally bounce time? I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average, 1036, right at it. Okay, right back up now. Okay, I'm going to take a look at SGH again. 1396, 1399 bid ask on the SGH. All right. Well, let's see if this time it works. Okay. Over 14 now. Of course, you always have to be aware there was a reason it had that big down day on Friday. Still in effect. I think the surprising thing about the VSTO is that it had any sort of a bounce. Look at this move down. I mean, this is maybe the surprising thing, right? Because after that, it is just cratered. Whoa, all-time high now for Celestica. CLS, all-time high. Pre-market high was up here, 28.11. So it's got some room to the pre-market high. But again, when you just look at market hours, this is an all-time high now for CLS. Well, I have to give that a little bit more room underneath 14. I'm in at 1404. So I almost took some profit immediately, but I'm just wanting to hang on. But that's up to you, right? I mean, where it is more of a feel right now. I don't like the spread, 1401, 1409, but I'm just obviously I'm hoping that 14 at least holds. Yeah, TPST showing up here. I don't think it's optionable. I don't think, yeah, it doesn't trade options. So again, getting close to that high at Friday, which is 570, and then the next high is 645, 572 to be exact. I looked like SGH was wanting to move, but no, I'm out of it again. But one more alert around 1409, maybe for later. Again, the problem is, of course, it had a horrible day on Friday, and it's, for all the reasons it did that, still in effect. It's not like they've disappeared. Meanwhile, the market is still ripping here. All right, RCM showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and a little too late maybe. The alert happened at 12:42. I somehow I missed it. 12:42 was the alert. Darn, look at that. The next low is 10:42. Takes out 12. I may hop in this one. Boy, SGH has been all over the place. Look at the big topping tail now for it. RCM guys, now is there news on this one? Jehoshaphat Research issues a short report on the company. I don't know about Jehoshaphat. I don't know. I've never heard of them before. But whoever they are, it's certainly having the effect. Boy, this takes out 12. Look out below. I mean, this has room on the weekly chart for RCM 1048. Right at 12, guys. RCM right at 12. Okay, we have a reversal, a daily reversal for OM. And it's above, wow, look at the room it's got. OM. Again, though, for all the reasons, remember now, this has had bad 3 days. It's having a daily reversal, yes. But just like the SGH, there was a reason for all this. Not like it's disappeared. All right, EVH now at the low of the previous 2 days. EVH, healthcare stock. I'm sorry, is it? Yeah, healthcare stock or healthcare sector stock. Okay, I'm just waiting on this RCM. I mean, it may bounce, but waiting to see if it takes out 12. I think I have an alert. I had an alert set down here. I better reset it. Say 1193, 1193 for RCM. See if it takes that out. STKL, okay, STKL. Somebody in our AJ in our YouTube room, STKL. It may be coming into some resistance around 4. TPST has not been easy, as somebody said, but not these topping tails and all that. But boy, look at this. It takes out that high of Friday. Still got 30 cents to that. 572, I believe, is the high on Friday. 572. So yeah, 30 cents to that high on Friday. All right, guys, time is at 10:46. Been a super fast morning for me anyway. Let me go over some of the things you're going to find on my homepage, including all of my scans that I've been talking about all morning. Now, we do have a promo code that is not on my homepage. Whoa, look at TPST now, just at that high of Friday. And the next high, I mean, is 642. Low float, 7.6 million in the float. Look at the volume, 35 million shares. Traded the float many times now. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, here is a promo code you can use once you get to my homepage. Okay, spooky 25 for 25% off. Moment, guys. PST guys, get as long as it holds at 572 from Friday. Okay, guys, my homepage. Click on my homepage link. So again, you can use a better promo code, Spooky25. I posted it in the rooms. Spooky25, you'll get 25% off to make sure it is working. Be sure it is working. Spooky25, let's see what happens. Yes, so you get 25% off, guys. So there's the promo code. So when you click on my homepage link, you'll see this Barry 15, but obviously don't use that. Use Spooky25, okay? And you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you take out a subscription, you must do this. They get started, take you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. So much is happening in the background for me. I'm hearing all sorts of grunting, which means that AM is just did not even closely hold that 200-day moving average. The grunting I'm talking about, this is my sound alert on my 10-day daily breakdown is the pig grunting. I'll get to my scans in a moment. New to trading, we have a series of videos you can take a look at. Trading 101, it is all free. Starts off with what is the stock? So as basic as you can get. Okay, series of videos for you. Daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. If you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. What is it doing? So it's NXE. Let's see if it's happening with it. NXE. So I guess it did in theory trigger 572. As I said, I would probably wait for a break over here, but anyway, Oh man, are you tempting me again, SGH? Boy, there's some absolute killers today. The AMAM, killer, absolute killer of a short. Lots of shares available also. So I'm talking to someone in the YouTube room. Are you talking about an annual or a monthly subscription? Yeah, I would, if Spooky 25, I mean, it obviously is for Halloween, so I mean, this could be valid for the rest of the month. If that doesn't work for you, I can give you a 25%, okay? You know, so on the 23rd, if you use that and it doesn't work for you, I can give you a 25%. It's another promo code, but I can give it to you, okay? Okay, guys, where was I on my homepage? Jeez, lots happening. All right, education is right here. Here's our user guide. Great user guide. There's the getting started again. You want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window, stock racing, price alerts, use price alerts. Okay, I will demonstrate my use of them. Getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday. First of all, welcome to the room if you're new to the room. I should always start off with that. Excuse me. Welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I'm on the mic and sharing my screen. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. It should be Chris Farley. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris between 12 and 1. And finally, my scans. Here are my scans, guys. Some big alerts for my scans this morning. So the 10-day daily breakdown, the breakout. Okay, this is what it looks like. You can have I've individualized them. Okay, so it's you won't get it in a doc format. You'll have the individual ones. You pick and choose which ones you want. This is what I use in the pre-market. These are the gappers in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Pulse resumes over here. The momentum scan is right here. And then this is my abnormal option activity scan. So right there, I'm also will refer to the daily reversal scan. But you can see if I bring them all in, excuse me, these are the scans that I really pay attention to. Excuse me. And you can see there's just not that many alerts. And some of them are duplicates. You know, there's the AMAM on the 10-day daily breakdown. And also, now that's very late on the 10-day daily breakdown, but also on the abnormal option activity scanner. So these are even though this looks full, it's because it's the repeating version. The abnormal option activity, it's the repeating version. So every time PRTA would make a new high, you would see it. This is the first alert at 10:19. The price was 52.49. So these are, so very manageable. The number of alerts that you get. So again, there are my scans. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want. So all I ask is this. If you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use again, use the Spooky 25, Spooky 25, you'll get 25% off. Just use my promo code. It helps to keep this room free. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. Obviously, a cost to running a room. And so, but we want to keep the room free. The more people that use my code, the company likes to see that so that they can see that the marketing is working within the room. So that's all I ask. At any point in time, you decide you want to take out a subscription, just come into my room. You can save my homepage link and use the code again. Spooky25 is the one to use today. Wow. So TPST just got halted on the way up. I mean, AM has 867 now is the next low looking left. All right. Chris is verifying that it is him today. Chris Marley will be in our YouTube room at noon Eastern time as I take my break. Okay. Why is this happening? I'm surprised this has not been halted a few times on the way down, AM. Obviously, what the program did not kick in to halt it. Wow, I mean, some of these have been really great movers. There's the RVMD, 954 was the alert. The price was 32, and it's now a 30, basically a $2 move. Even this one, I mean, even if you waited 977, $9 now, because you had it a lot earlier in the option, abnormal option activity scanner at 1280. Big confirmation here though at 977. Unbelievable. Can I explain halting? Yeah, it's simplistically explained, a stock gets halted if it moves up too fast in a short period of time. Basically, volatility. It's just a computer program that kicks in, okay? And it's supposed to allow the stock to pause for a while, let things settle down. That's the theory. Let things settle down. Okay, those are the typical halts that we see. You see that says halted because of volatility. Every now and then you do see a news halt. A stock gets halted because news is coming out, so they'll halt the stock. Usually that's at the request of the company. But a volatility halt, it's just basically a computer program that kicks in and it halts the stock. And you can see that TPST just opened. Okay, now this is sometimes where I'll take it. If it gets back over 606, that was the halt price. It is really whippy. Again, just when you think you've seen it all, you see another one. I mean, this AMAM is just insane. I mean, again, remember, $21 in the pre-market on, well, they did put out some news. 883 now. All right, guys. Well, I'm looking to get into this TPST. It did pop over that 606. That was the okay. I'm in. So let's see what happens. If it 606 kicks me out, okay. This is super, super, super risky. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. Basically flat. That had to move immediately for me. Now, the next high looking left is 633. So why don't I do this? Why don't I do this? Why don't I do this? 645 actually. I'm gonna stick an alert around 650 and see if it takes that out later. And then the high over here, I think, is almost 10. This Potbelly? No. Purple Biotech, PBBT. This is a real strange one, this EH. You would have thought with the market doing this, I should check KWeb though. The KWeb was moving higher the last time I saw it. Yeah, I mean it's still, it's positive. EH, the big $30 price target put on it by Goldman. And it looked like that was moving it at the beginning of the day, but this is a big sell-off. And I thought maybe, okay, overall China was weak, but KWeb is recovered, but this one is not. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, I'm interested in this one. The longer it holds under 20. I mean, if it gets maybe back into the maybe 1984. Watch what I'm doing, guys. I'm just putting a price alert. I said I show you how you put a price alert. Very simple to do. Just move your mouse. You'll see a dotted line should follow it. And if you can eyeball it where you want the price alert. So I'm going to put it at 1984, 1987, in that area. So I right click, create the price alert. I typically don't put any notes when I'm doing it intraday. Save it, and there it goes. You see what happened? So I have my price alert window minimized. So when a price alert happens, it pops up on my screen. I cannot miss it. So much for a boring Monday. This has been a wild Monday, guys. Some wild moves. I mean, look at the RVMD. I mean, this is, sleepy, very sleepy. You wouldn't have thought, oops, what are we, so there's the TPST now. Now I'm not in it anymore. It had to move right away from me to be in it. Had it not done this, I probably would have held on a bit. But that's a big bottoming tail, and it's good it got yanked. So okay, now the best thing I can say about SGH is that it is holding 14. The worst thing I can say about it is we now have some topping tails still. Now, I've been in this twice to no avail. Ah, oh man, EH now, guys. EH. I am in this one, okay? And this is next low looking left. Again, I longer held underneath 20. Came on my abnormal option activity scan right there at 2006. So I waited for a 20 break. Looked like it was holding under 20. Not badly. All right, guys. So let me just explain a little bit about what you can. Wow, look at this TPST. Jeez. Okay, if you wanted my Momo scan, okay, and you notice on my homepage, it's one of the scans that I am sharing. So if you right click on it and click on configure and then summary, this is what it's going to tell you. This is what it's looking for. So this is a scan. A lot of screeners out there. When I say a lot of screeners out there, a lot of programs that you can buy that have great screening ability. We have screening ability, of course, but what we're really, really good at is real-time alerts. So in this scan, this is the screening aspect. Stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. Okay, the volume in the last minute is 1,000%, at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, at least 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see the TPST at 11:11. If I expanded this time column a little bit, you'd see the actual seconds too. Okay, but that's why we see TPST 11:11 at 699. It met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. Okay, so that's the whole idea of the scans. Now, if you took my scan, that momentum scan, but maybe you didn't like it quite as I have it configured. For instance, maybe you want a different price range. So easy enough to do. You just left click on the icon. All of the filter values will be brought up. Okay. And you can make, here's the price right there, 1 to 100, min max. So maybe I'll make a change to 10. Excuse me. Click on this. Look at the AMM. I can't, I'm sorry, guys. I should be in this one. Anyway, so I made the change, 10 and 100. If I said okay, that would make the change. I don't want to. But that's how you can take my scans and you can of course adjust them to maybe more your style of trading. As you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you see a filter that you like, or take one out that you don't like that I've got. Which leads me to the next topic. If you wanted to build your own scans, of course you can. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search, and you can see right at the very top, new high, new low. These are all of the real-time alerts that we have. We have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, you'll see the filters that we've got, the screening aspect of trade ideas, okay? These icons are the filters. Now, do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started 20 years ago, 20, I guess more than 20 years ago now, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create a lot of different alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and there are a lot of scans here. I click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Now understand, I'm not trying to instruct people how to use trade ideas, in 2 minutes. This is just a brief overview. I love to listen, but I lose the audio almost every day. Hmm, that's a tough one. Um, the only thing well, can you hear me now? Okay, guys. I've took myself out of the EH. You asked me. That's the last thing I was in. EH. Just a little worried, that Goldman upgrade will eventually take effect at some point. But so was in at 19. Where did I get in at? 1984. 1984. Got back into the little 60s here. I took myself out of the position. Again, I'm just a little worried that, this Goldman upgrade, eventually people will say, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, but if it continues to happen, you might want to change browsers, Holiday. Okay. It is obviously not widespread. Otherwise, I'd have a lot of people saying the same thing. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening. The SGH, I'm not gonna give up on it completely. The SGH. I think the longer it holds, 14, and we get these candles narrowing, getting more narrow, and we get some volume that could pop it up. Okay, and the only reason is why I'm sort of fixated on it is because of the potential gap fill. When you look left, the next high is way up here, 1748. So almost two and a half, $3.50. Not saying it's getting there, but I just don't. But there's no chart resistance. And I wish this. So, guys, this is exact. Now the abnormal. Oh, look at this! Look at this RVMD. I mean, it's a great, almost 250, almost a $2.50 move from the original alert. So just an explanation about, first of all, obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm an intraday trader, day trader, however you want to brand me. I'm not a swing trader. Do I ever swing trade? Yeah, every now and then, but typically 99.9% of the time, I'm out of a stock at the end of the day. So my whole goal is always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Now we have a great filter here, this relative volume filter. If you can see what I'm pointing at in my single stock window. So a relative volume of 10.5, that means it's trading up to this time of day. This is a time sensitive filter. So 11:18 Eastern time right now. It's not exactly the formula, but good enough for an explanation. On average, what has the stock done on average in terms of volume up to this time of day over the last 10 days? Okay. So right now, this has done 10 times that. So that means, so it is an abnormal activity stock. I also use now, in conjunction with that, the abnormal option activity. So another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally is to take a look at their option activity. I don't trade the options, but for instance, RVMT, it's traded so far 1,960 contracts a day. That's 4.3 times normal. Okay, 433%, ratio 4.3. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days? So this is again 4.3 times normal and growing. I mean, obviously, as that option contract increases over the course of the day, this will keep moving higher. So in this scan, for it to meet the filter requirements, it has to be at least 500 contracts plus 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal minimum. So anything you see in brown is a suggestion to short, and anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long. Okay. Again, just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that I have to have 100% concentration, I will let you know. But you can certainly ask me questions all day long. This is why we're here. And of course, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And you can ask them questions also during that 12 to 1 period. It's a good idea to head over there because 5 days of the week, we have 5 different traders that take over for me Monday to Friday. We all have different styles of trading. TPST must be halted, right? It's not halted. It's watching, I do have a thumbnail, then it just wasn't moving. So I thought it must have been halted. Well, my thoughts are this: if you took the trade, if you're going to get into this one, don't leave your computer, number one. It's a very low float, very, very volatile. The good thing you can, 980 or so is the next high, 977. So, but if you're asking me, do I think you should take the trade now or, that's not I'm certainly not an investment advisor. Just understand it's very, very volatile, very, very, very risky. There's nothing really right now, this is more of a gut feel. I mean, I mean, there's the VWAP at 544. You can't say, well, maybe a pullback to the VWAP, but the VWAP is around 7, but it's way down here. There might be a moving average. So, some of you use some moving average. I know Steve uses a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I have no idea where that is. I don't have it on, but just recognizing that it's very, very volatile. Look at this big bottoming tail here. It's got down to what, 550? Yeah, I don't think there are any shares available for me either. TPST at Interactive Brokers. Now, sometimes what I do, if it took out that whole number again, maybe that'll get me interested. Yeah, AMAM finally halted, but on the way up, trying to have a comeback here, but not looking. Again, this blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Broker. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. If you have Interactive Brokers, this is time and sales. Okay, one of the options. This is showing you the halt price. There's the symbol AMAM, the halt price. These two columns here. These are potential open when it's going to open. So now, if you took this one, what you're hoping for, of course, is that if you took it on the long side, you're hoping that that number is bigger than the halt number. Now, as you notice, this changes. It's not written in stone. Typically, halts are 5 minutes long. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:26 plus 44 seconds. Okay. Typically, the halts are 5 minutes long. If it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of 5. Okay, so it's a matter of waiting for it to open, and again, 11:26 plus 44 seconds, so a little over a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. SGH, do I dare? Do I dare? Why is it squeezing? I don't know. You're looking for rationale in the stock market. Don't. Okay, I mean, these are just trading vehicles. I don't know if there's any news on this. I don't see any specific news today, but it's just trades. Okay, ETWO. I wish it had a little more room. The next high looking left to me is a little too close, 326. Now, look, if you told me it was going to get from 309 to 326, sure. But, I just don't know if it's going to do that. Now, if it takes out 326, which I'll put an alert there, then the next high is way up here at 446. And of course, this is showing up on my abnormal option activity scan. Well, if you're going to put 2,000 shares, I know we don't normally talk about how many shares we take, etc., but I mean, you better be awfully careful. I don't know what you're where you're going to put a stop if you took that one at two. If you got to fill at 240. Now, I would be yanking it because look at this 630. I mean, this is a potential open. The problem with these sort of trades is where are you going to put a stop if it doesn't work? So if you're going to that number of shares, and the problem is it's hard to put a very tight stop. Obviously, you get stopped out all the time. Not all the time, but I mean, you have the risk of getting stopped out is pretty long. Did I say pretty long? Pretty high. Oof, look at this OM, guys. Well, I hate to call it advice, but I mean, it's just, well, they're opened, okay? So now, I mean, you've got your 640 may, if you had held it in, it would have triggered, but do you really want to do it? Because if you took it at 640, where are you going to put your stop? Six. I mean, I don't know. I don't know your account size. I don't care to know your account size, but that would be $800 that you're risking. And it's popping now again, but completely up to you. Oh, you were shorting it. You were shorting it then. Ah, who's your broker? Centerpoint or so you're still risking $800 then on the trade. So who's your broker? Is it Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero? I'm just the brokerages that typically might have shorts for something like this. Really, Schwab has shorts for TPST. Interesting. I thought they would. Ooh, now look, guys. Look at this. I'm going to tease you here. AMAM. Look at this. As I just bring this in now, look at the potential open, 11:24. Now, this is obviously now greater than a 5-minute halt, and it's going to be more than a 10-minute halt. There's the halt at 11:21. Now, if you're going to ask me, well, why are some 5, why are some 10? I don't know. Why are some 15? Oh, one moment, please. So how interesting will this be? I mean, so now this will be at least a 15-minute halt for AM. So now I feel badly. Hope I didn't talk you out of your short. TPSD. I assumed you were going long, but only because I didn't wasn't sure who your broker was. I'm so surprised Schwab has shorts for TPST. Because they're certainly not known for having shorts for sort of obscure, well, low float stocks like that. E Trade has them. Well, okay. That's it. I'm dumping IB. Stupid IB. Whew, guys, what a morning! I'm so glad I held off on the SGH. Well, let me qualify the thing about the shorts and TPST and IB. I mean, IB, they'll search for them, okay, but they don't have them readily available. So when that's the case, I just don't even bother. Well, this is going to be fascinating to see where this thing actually opens and when it opens. AM. This is almost like a news hall. It's not. So again, 11:19. There's the halt at 9:34, and just resumed. It just resumed, but it did not open around 11. It did open around 10. Look at this, though. So I don't know. I mean, okay. I mean, maybe if it took out 10 again, this is a tricky one though. I mean, remember this was $21 pre-market. It's all the way down to 8. Yes, it's had a little pop here, but it's still down 31%. So I don't know. Are you talking about an entry to short or an entry to go long? Maybe if it gets back over the, I don't know, 1040 or so, I'll stick an alert there. And maybe that allows it to recover a little bit, but it's very tricky, extremely tricky. I don't even know what the float is. Give me a moment. I'm going to check. Well, it's all over the place. Yahoo has it at 371 million. FinViz and Ameritrade around 59 to 50. Let me check one other source. So it could be around, call it around 60 million. I think 60 million is probably more likely in that area. So it's not a low float. It's not a low float. Yeah, unfortunately, so the question in our YouTube room, if I log on my laptop when I'm already logged into my desktop, will I be logged out on my desktop or will it work on both devices simultaneously? Unfortunately, the answer is no, Kathy. You can only be logged in one device at a time. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want, but only logged in one at a time. Look how wild that TPST is, guys. I mean, that was down to, yeah, this maybe if it gets back around the 1030s or so, maybe, and then put a stop at 10. But, hang on. I mean, it's something that's seriously wrong with this one. AMAM. Yeah, it's got hammers, but it's also got topping tails. So yeah, I mean, it's just you just got to be very careful. This. I wonder if this one has a little bit of room. QNST, maybe. Let me take a look on the weekly chart. 1030 and 18. So it's got a little bit of room. The next high is 1070 on the weekly chart, anyway. QNST. Yeah, and remember, I mean, we talked about this TPST. This was on was it Thursday? Now, remember, it came from sub penny, sub $1, 22 cents, 22-cent stock one day. Next day, 982. So now first crack in the spy, perhaps, guys. We're all still up. Nas is up, Dow's up, SPY's up, but maybe a crack here. Kids, kids, KIDS. Oh boy, this has got some room. $28. Kids, KIDS. I don't really think I saw this one at all. The reason being is it doesn't trade very much. It's 116,000 shares, and that is 6 times normal. So this does not trade very much. When I say I don't think I saw this one, I don't recall this drop, but it's probably because the volume was too low every day. I mean, this is at 100,000. This is my minimum in the momentum scan. The reason I put 100,000 in is because I don't want to put a million or even 500,000 because sometimes, a stock is just ramping up. And so by the time it hits 500,000 shares, it could have already moved a lot. So I'll put 100,000. This is the only one I do that in the momentum scan. But normally when I see things, I mean, it's well over 100,000. Well, QNST, not that much more, but you can see right here, they're 1.4 million for top. Now, having said that, kids could just rip. Well, talking about, AMAM for a bounce buy, I mean, it's already had a huge bounce. And here we go. So now we're a little bit above 1030. So, I mean, if you took it now and try to put a 10 stop on it, the problem is, I mean, it could just blow right through there. It's so risky right now, but it's already bounced quite a bit, from $8.20 and it got up to 11.20. So a $3 bounce. And it's a tough spread right now, 1001, 1021. I just think it's just very, very risky. I mean, look, all trading is risky. There's always risk. But this one, I mean, it's just so weird how it traded. And you're right. Forgot it. Yeah, 1036 is the 200-day moving average. So it's got to get through that again. I wish Rare had a little bit more room. I mean, looking left, the next high is around 38, and it's at 37 right now. Yeah, it just has, I like the Rare, but I just think it's got this area right up there at 38 may stop it. RARE, Rare. Not in the EH anymore. This has been a strange one, I have to admit, a strange one. Strange on Friday, really. I mean, it got all the way up to 25, 26 or so, closed down at 20, had some news about drones, etc. Goldman puts a $30 price target on it this morning. Acts like it's going to get there in, 2 minutes. and then the market opens and it's just giving it up. Next low looking left is around 19. Yeah, Manu is having a bit of a bounce, guys. Manu, definitely an emotional stock with all the okay. Qatar's not going to go in. Ratcliffe is going to take a 25% stake. Maybe not sell the team. On and on and on and on. All the drama with MANU. And that's the problem with trying to trade a stock like this right now, because who knows? Headline comes out and say, we're back in, and you're shorted this one, or we're not back in, or we're definitely not in, and it goes down. So just it's too news driven right now. And the news can happen anytime for me. Look at that drop on MNTS. I mean, almost got up to 5 and right back down to 426. Wow, 1150 already. Okay, guys. So in about usually Chris comes in around 5 too, but so this is what I'm going to do. I'll put the YouTube link in right now. Chris is not there yet, but he will be here any moment now. Probably in about 5, well, certainly by 10 minutes, but sometimes he shows up a little bit early. Well, as you know, Marty, I'm not a big swing trader, but let's take a look at EURX for a potential swing. First thing I see, well, it's one of the more ugly looking daily charts. Okay, up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. That's number one. But I do see what you're looking at on the weekly chart. If it could ever really, but the problem to me anyway is that where could it go to? I mean, if you took it right now at 238 and you look left, what I see is some stuff at 250. I see some stuff at 280. At 3. So where would you put your stop if you took it right now? Remembering that I want to get at least a 1 for 2 on my risk reward on my wherever. So if I'm risking 20 cents, I have to make 40. Reasonable expectation of making 40. So right now, for me anyway, I don't see any reason to take this as a swing. Now, tomorrow it could be $10. So don't yell at me, but because even if it broke out here, I just look left. To me, between here and 3, there's all sorts of stuff that could happen and not good. So that's what I see anyway. All right, guys. I saw this ARRY earlier in the day, ARRY. All right, guys. I'm going to put the announcement in just in case Chris shows up a little bit early. There's the rare. Yeah, I'm pretty conservative, but look at this. 36.99 was the alert at 11:46, less than 10 minutes ago. 36.99, 30 almost a dollar. But I wanted more room looking left before it hit that next high. Had it been like up here at 40, almost 40, I would have probably taken the trade, but wow, EH continues down. I mean, there's so much room underneath. If you look left, $16. A little pop, and that means Chris is there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just give me one moment, Chris. Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room now. I put the YouTube link in, both in the specific stocks only and the general market talk. So I'll put myself on mute now in the main room, and now I can talk to you, Mr. Varley. How the heck are you?
I'm doing all right. Been listening to you all morning.
Oh man, what a morning!
I can't believe it's already noon first.
Yeah,
that's how crazy it's been. But I jumped TPST a few times, and luckily I was on the right side of it.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Definitely a tough one.
Yeah, it was that high from Friday when it broke back over at that second time, or the second 5-minute candle that it did. I grabbed it immediately and jumped over 7, and it kind of hesitated before it made that halt. I said, let me just get out, because if it fails to halt on the way up right here, you better believe it's going to be a fast move down.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, it halted up, and I was out of it, but it was what it was. And then...
Let's not forget, it was a 22-cent stock on Wednesday.
Yes, that also.
I mean, I don't know who's still in it from 22 cents, but I know I wouldn't be, but man, oh man.
Yeah. And then I grabbed it again just over 670 and got out right as it got to 7. And I didn't want to play with it there, and I'm happy with that for the day.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me switch my screen here.
Okay.
Let you get out. You were in I was half listening only because I had some people come into the Zoom thing that I'm trying to experiment with here and messing around there. But you were in a short, no?
I was in a short of EH.
Okay.
Okay. And I was in and I was in a short of Visto, VSTO.
Oh, okay. That was probably the other one.
Yeah, that was at the beginning. And I did okay on it, but now look at it. I mean, I should still, retrospect is
hindsight,
etc.
Exactly.
I should still be in it. But
hindsight.
So what I'm missing
is the greatest
is
university.
AMAM was the unfreaking believable.
Oh, wow.
Look at the pre-market.
Wow. Just where it gapped up over 16 to start with.
Well, it was at $21 in the pre-market.
Oh, wow. What a fall. My goodness.
No kidding. 21 down to 8. So
down almost 40% from the open alone, let alone the pre-market itself.
Exactly.
Ouch.
Had some news, the news seemed
Yep.
good, obviously, in the pre-market, but market open said, you know what, that
Yep.
news is garbage.
Apparently so.
Apparently so. Okay, listen, Marty asked me about an EQRX swing. I said I didn't really like it, but you can give your own opinion on it while I take my break.
EQRX. All right. Well, we'll start there, and
Okay.
you have yourself a lovely break, my friend.
I will. Thank you, Chris.
All right, everybody. We say EQRX. EQRX. Yep, that's correct. All right. EQRX. Unless you have a reason, some catalyst for it. I mean, there's nothing here on the chart. I'm sorry to tell you, Marty. Just running sideways after that gap up back in July. It's not a dynamic stock. There's nothing, you know what I mean? There's no trend. There's a trend. Let me rephrase that. It's just flat out sideways. And even if it starts to tick up, you've got all this resistance here at this 240 level, and then your next spot's somewhere in the 260s, I guess, looking back here all the way into, I guess, the beginning of this current year. I'm sorry. So I want to tell you something nice about it. The nicest thing I can say, it's just running sideways. There's no edge in this whatsoever. So it's going to need some kind of catalyst for it to get some buy side love. That's the best I have for you there, Marty. Sorry. MNTS has a nice curved bottom on the daily. MNTS. Come on there, chart. I guess it'll help if I press the right buttons, right? MNTS. Sorry, I'm probably going to be a little slow. I have a lot of software running right now. It's really got me bogged down, so just bear with me. No. I mean, this thing, look, a high back here at the beginning of the year at $80. It's down here at $4. I mean, it's down 88.7% since January. I mean, the trend is beyond down. Falling knife. Does it have a rounded bottom at the moment? Yeah, kind of, sort of. Why not? We've got some good volume on the buy candles down here. All right, here's what I can say. Here's what I'll say positive about it before I go into my don't fall by falling knives. You don't have a lot of room to zero, right? So depending on your risk management of swing trading, when I'm putting on positions in swing trading, I could have stops as much as $2 or $3. That's kind of on the really high side for me. When we're in a nice uptrending market, we are not in a nice uptrending market, right? So we'll start with that there. We are off the bottom here. You get above this, and you start looking at taking your shots up here, probably $8 and $10. You get up above this $5 level here, but $5 is obviously going to be a bear, it looks like. Then again, I love to say, from failed moves come fast moves, and that works both ways. So if it continues to fail to block it at $5, if that were to happen and we get a push through $5, I wouldn't be surprised if it really moved up and off that, up into that $8 level up around in here. So you don't have a lot to fall till zero. If you're taking a shot at it, define your risk. And these are the types of ones that, the reward side can be pretty big, right? So those are the positive things I could say about it. It's just that I don't even know what this thing is. Let's provisions of in-space infrastructure services, offers space transportation and in-orbit servicing. All right. I mean, so this is like the most highly speculative thing on the planet as far as things go. It sounds like SPCE or whatever that was from Chamath, and whatever else. It's putting, I'm guessing putting random, regular people in space. So it's a lottery ticket, you know what I mean? But it's the type of lottery ticket that at this point, it doesn't have a whole lot far to fall, and does have a long ways that it could move up on you. So those are the big things I could say right there. right. Just had some chats going on before I started this session with you folks here. And they're still coming after me for some answers. All right. And again, SPC. Yeah. All right. So yeah, sounds like it's in the same ballpark as that. So again, you always have support at 0, right? That's the worst that could happen here. You're at 430 or so. And I don't know where your entrance it was or where you're thinking about an entrance here. And again, it's 1 million in the float. So this thing, if it ever got rolling for any reason, they start, I don't know, $10,000 a head will put you into orbit around Earth or something like that. And they're selling tickets. This thing could roll. I don't, no reason it couldn't, right? So that's my short and skinny as far as that goes. I jumped right into it today. So just in case for anybody that's newer to this format, it's open forum. So, ask your questions, fire away for me here. Anything trade ideas, software related. If you got a chart, you want me to take a look at it, I will. Like Barry or anybody else, I'm never going to tell you something's a buy, sell, hold, or anything else. Tell you what for whatever you think I'm worth, see there. I'm nobody special, nobody special. No analyst or anything like that. So, but any trade ideas question itself, you got a question on, building a scan or something like that, do my best to answer those, or back testing, or, a function of the charts, so on and so forth. That's what I'm here for. As I like to say, think it's best when you folks drive the content of this. Oftentimes someone has a question very similar to yours, if not exactly the same. They may not even know they had it actually, and it kind of all works out. Plus, when you folks ask questions, it really gets my brain flowing, and selfishly, it makes me better at what I do. Gets me, a little more zoned in on these things. TPST. I think it had its run. It's consolidating nicely here, but here's my problem with it now. For me to want to get back in, look at all this resistance that it had around here at 650. If it gets above that, is it going to have trouble at 660? And then is it going to have trouble again at 680? Right. So it's got to get above this 680 and probably 7 again for me to be interested in it at taking a shot at high of the day again. Obviously, high of the day would be another resistance level on it. So we can see the volume has really come out from underneath it. And I say that as relative to the volume that it is right now, right, Peter? So the thing's traded 82 million shares. It's still at 152 times what it's normally doing for relative volume. So obviously still very liquid, still a lot of interest in there. But just, when we look at it and compare it to the volume on that move here, we're way below that level now, on a per base average for quite a few 5-minute candles in a row. And this candle is shaping up to be the worst of the bunch right now. So, I've got a price alert set here. It doesn't mean I'm going to trade it again, but, I can't not acknowledge it and keep an eye on it. So that's my short and skinny for TPST. That's what I got there. I'm going to fire those questions. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to wrap up these chats here. Okay. All right. Now, and back to it. Riot has an interesting chart on the daily over the last 3 weeks with Bitcoin moving. Do you see a bottom here, Riot? If I'm not mistaken, didn't this and Mara like gap way up and then just crap? Yeah. I look, this goes kind of back to that MNTS chart in the sense of this. Now, this is obviously much further than $0 away, but I think you've got a fairly defined area right here, right? I think that's, clearly defined. And again, we could split hairs 15, 20, 30 cents here on what's the level, what's to the penny, what's the level. You're never going to get it. Think of it as a squishy, spongy zone here on this support / resistance. But, looking at it back here all the way into the springtime, let's say the end of winter, beginning of the spring, and then through the summer where, once it got through it, then it found support here. It's back below that, so we can call it $10, more or less as a problem up overhead. We could say it's trying to find its legs down here and finding support around that $8 level, $8.30, $8.50. Again, we can argue all day over the pennies. So you've got this kind of really defined level here. And if for whatever reason we decide as a society Bitcoin's where we're going, make a move, you might see a good move here, but you got a lot of overhead resistance to get through it, right? Again, from failed moves come fast moves. So, as long as it's bumping its head and can't get through here, so be it. But if it really gets through that $10 level, that's where the failed move of keeping it below 10 can become explosive. On the other side of the coin, though, again, from failed moves come fast moves. We've beaten down this area quite a bit here, right? Couldn't get through it once we got through all through the summer, right? And the end of the summer into the fall, right? Now we're below that 10, but we cracked this down here. We finally cracked that. Again, from a failed move of keeping it above here comes that fast move of getting it below there. So that's where I would stand on that. You're in a really big battle here. Crypto's in a real big battle. More specifically Bitcoin. I don't look at crypto, if I'm being honest. I just don't look at it. Just never. I never had what I consider disposable income or disposable trading or investing power to be playing around in that realm. It's also highly speculative. I've had to scrape from someone who was nearly living in his car, literally, to where I am. So I just don't, when it comes to things like that, it's there. I acknowledge it. I look at a chart, but it's just not something that I'm going to take a risk on. That's all. So, all right, I think that's what there's some news. I don't know, BlackRock or one of them said that the ETF, something's still under review. I only know because I think Steve put it in our Slack chat earlier today. I've been kind of really slammed with things during the day here, so I didn't have I didn't really look at it. And I don't look at the news anyways. I mean, people ask me, did you hear? No, is it in the news? I definitely didn't hear it then. That's generally my response. And even if I did, I just tell people I didn't hear it. Obviously, there are certain major things that go on that you can't ignore, I've got to, when CPI is coming out, obviously I know it's coming out, or, the Fed is Fed rate decisions imminent and things like that. I know they're coming. But to me, it's the reaction that's more important than the news. Buy the rumor, sell the news, all that stuff like that. So if the rumor is of this ETF and we haven't gotten a big move out of it, there really hasn't been a buy the rumor type of thing. Although perhaps this was it. I have no idea why this happened here. I have no idea why that happened. Perhaps that was the rumor and this is the selling of the news now. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. And again, I don't know what it was and I won't be going back to look at it. So yeah, as someone who is, I was never a news junkie. I shouldn't say that, but I paid enough attention to the news for a long enough time. And then I think it took a very bad mental toll on me. And I decided, nope, turn all the news off. And anybody that has news in my Twitter feed, guess what? Muted or blocked. And mentally, I'm much happier since then. just how it goes for me. So with all that said, Fire the questions away, folks. Fire, fire, fire. Please. That's what I'm here for, here to help. If not, I'll start to dive into maybe a couple market thoughts as I usually do. We're home on the range still. We're very range bound in the market. Let's get ready to bring over a SPY chart here. Still trying to wrap up some of these chats that I'm in right now. I don't want to leave these folks hanging, but it's hard to. I cannot walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. I can't type and talk at the same time. Just not that talented. All right. Uranium. Oh, me and uranium, we're not friends. Uranium and I are not friends. So I've had a saying for a long time. So I made like some of my best trades ever towards the beginning of some success in trading in uranium. Then they proceeded to be followed by some of my worst losses ever in uranium. So, me and uranium got this relationship, and I used to say to people all the time, uranium's a liar. Every time it looks like uranium's ready to really break out, it doesn't. So here's a great example. Uranium's breaking out. All right, chart. Let's not screw with us too much here. So, here's uranium. It does make a real breakout. That does happen, right? But then it looks like here it comes a real next breakout. Not so much. And it's really here. Not so much. Nope. This time uranium's really breaking out. No. All right. We found support. We got the support down here. We're bouncing. See that support? It's beautiful. It was resistance here. It's support here. We're really going. Uranium's really not going. And now it's going, and now it's not going. And now it's going, and now it's not going. So here it is again. It started to go, right? Only it hasn't. Now I know there's a lot of room here on that move. I get that. But where was your entry and why? You got all this noise and resistance all through here, right? And as soon as we got that trigger maybe there, we up and down again, just like that. So there's no edge on uranium for me. It's so tied to governments. Are we going to allow nuclear? Is Europe going to go nuclear? Is France going to go nuclear? China's building new nuclear reactors. I mean, that's what it really comes down to. You're tied to so much news. And yes, and you could say that about most in any stock or anything like that. But when you get more into like your tech, healthcare, real estate and things like that, they're more evolved around overall economies versus, because, what we do here, what I do is, we're technical analysis, right? We're technical analysts. We live in a fundamental world. We can't ignore that. I know the dirty F word, fundamentals, right? But this is so much more tied to global policy than a lot of other stocks would be, or a lot of other sectors would be. And so that's what it makes it tough there. I would say that if it holds this area in here now, and again, we could split hairs on the pennies of what that area is. If that were to hold here, I'd say that's a real big bullish win, because you're starting to then really build some higher lows. And then, if you could take this out here, you're also then building higher highs. And that's a trend, that's becomes a well-defined trend over, several months. And what we might even consider, according to the great Mr. Charles Dow, primary trend, right? So that's where I would be as far as uranium goes. I don't hate uranium or gold. Trader 77. I don't hate either one of them. I have different opinions about both of them. It's just that I've never taken any major loss on gold. I've never taken any major win on gold either. I've, gotten by on some trading of mostly minor stocks, I would say, on those. So that, that's that. Now gold, I'll save my spiel unless someone that's never been here before wants me to go on my spiel on gold. I'll leave that alone. So with uranium, I mean, look, you've got an uptrend without a question. You got what I'd call a secondary trend, because the primary trend for uranium right now is sideways. That's your primary trend, right? You have a secondary trend. Primary trends are made up of months and years. You have a secondary trend right now, which secondary trends are weeks and months. That's an uptrend right now, right? And that secondary trend could become primary if we hold this level and maybe we can take out this most recent high. Then I would start this. We would have to consider it being a primary trend for uranium, is what I would go with here. Let's just throw up a weekly chart on uranium real quick. See how really long we're going sideways for. Yeah, so I mean, we come all the way back here to 2020. We got that breakout, but before that, I mean, look how long. Sorry, excuse me. Look how long we're going sideways for, right? We get this one pop up here, but aside from that move that's right up above here, we're really sideways. So, more of a sideways trend than not. Part of me wants to say there's no trend, but in theory, there's always a trend. There's 3 trends: up, down, and sideways. So, but yeah, without a question, we got a secondary trend that's going on there. I didn't miss anybody, right, on questions here. Last week I'd missed somebody's question. They were polite enough to let me know I missed it, and I circled back on them. I felt terrible. Like, I never want to miss something that someone's got. So Peter asked about TP. ST, we talked about that. We talked about Riot and SPC. Yeah, we talked about that. And ETF, we commented uranium. All right, yeah, I think we're good and caught up here. So, all right, good stuff. So, market. Just going to dive around the market. Again, interrupt me at any point. Anybody, any questions? Everything's, everything trading wise within reasons on the table. So let's see here. We didn't quite come down and test this level here. We kind of stuck more around this level in here on the SPY. We've continued to have this uptrend through here. If we can hold this, if not, we're in a secondary trend again of sideways action, and just a lot of chop. We could argue. We could go back and forth and bring up a weekly chart here and argue it's been a sideways trend for a very, very long time. I click the weekly. That would probably help, right, Chris? Let's click our buttons, right? Look how long. Look how long we haven't gone anywhere for, right? Got all this time in theory, here. We popped up above it here. We popped down below it here, right? We're kind of just stuck in this box for a long, long time here now. So, a lot for the market to digest. I mean, I still think about this here, right? This happened and we shot out of a cannon. There's repercussions to be had on all that. You can't just shut everything down and turn it back on just like that. This isn't about good, bad, or anything like that. Just, this sell off and then this let's get up and go. And then, all this liquidity pumped into the system and everything like that. There's things for it to be worked out and digested. But I don't think anything got as bad as it could have ever been overall for the market. I don't think we're ahead or behind anything. I think we're kind of a reasonable spot for the market. I won't be surprised if we did either one. When we look at macro views, it's always bear cases on the macro view. They're loaded with bear cases, with inflation and world turmoil and all that stuff like that. But the fact that, inflation has been as high as it has been, the Fed has rose rates the way they have, and we haven't had a big, massive sell-off. I don't know what it's like around the rest of the country. I could tell you here in New York, I do a decent amount of traveling around in New York anyways. Restaurants are always full. Trains are full. City's busy. Suburbs are busy. Any stores supermarkets are full. That doesn't, prices are obviously higher and things like that, but we never collapse. So, think that we're waiting for something to tell us as a market, we're going, which one it is. Patience is a virtual well rewarded. Probably one of the hardest virtues to practice is patience, right? And what do I mean by that? We got this nice move here coming out of those October lows last year, right? And one of the best starts to a year ever, depending on what index you were looking at and things like that. But, the next thing to acknowledge here is that it's been a while that we've been, a bit of a pullback, but that pullback just hasn't gotten serious yet, right? But every time we start to make our way back up into that gap, let's pull back. And I see your question there, Mon. Let me just drill down to a daily chart again real quick and finish this thought, and then we'll get right to you. We got this gap that's right here. I know it's a little zoomed out. I'm trying to zoom in here. Again, I've got so much stuff running. I can't shut anything off either right now. Every time we get back towards the bottom of that gap right there, we're getting rejected around that 437, 438 levels. So we get back, close that gap. 450 is on deck after that. I think that's it's not a foreblown conclusion, but I think that's very likely if we can get up and close this gap on here. So anyways, just a kind of overall thought here on the markets. Very, very big overhead view. MREO, what are my thoughts? MREO, let's take a look here. MREO. This level right here, you got to get through that, right? It's also, that's a big float, 137 million in that float, 138 million in that float. There's no short float catalyst, it looks like. Plenty of liquidity, obviously, plenty of volume today. Obviously, they had some kind of news, gapped up, rejected here, where it's been rejected for the last year, basically. So it's a bear. Getting through this level is going to be tough as heck. Again, from failed moves come fast moves, or, think of a balloon being held underwater. How long can this balloon be held underwater? It could be held under there till it deflates and it just doesn't go anywhere, right? But if it can get above this with some conviction here, get above that level, you might see it roll then. But again, you're going to need a lot of interest in this, right? At 137 million in that float, you're not getting, none of your low float players or anything like that are going to be there trying to pile in and push on its catalyst. There's no short float catalyst on it. So this is going to really need whatever that news is to be sustainable and really get it rolling on its own over the next couple of days, because you're not going to get assistance from anywhere else with that there. That's my thoughts there. Again, a lot of sideways action on this. Well off these highs from back in 2021 percent basis anyways. But yeah, look at, you're up above this level here. So that's bullish in the sense that you could hold above that, but you're running into a lot of past resistance at the $2, just below $2 here. So, that's what you got there. Just below $2, really tough. This 170 to $2 range is going to be really tough to get through. That's my, my short and skinny there. I wish I had more to give you, but that's, that's what it got there. So, all right, TPST, I just want to note this here. This thing's really breaking down now. It's about to fail at the VWAP. Well, it came down and probably nearly touched it here. VWAP's 566. I don't know where this got down to on this candle. 578. So didn't quite get there, but close enough. And if this fails at the VWAP, look out. And again, as Barry said, this was I'm going on what Barry said. I didn't really check it. I do trust Barry. It was like a 22-cent stock, I think he said sometime last week. So look, when the merry-go-round is over on this one, you don't want to be the last one on it and getting thrown off the thing as the wheels come undone. That's all. It's a great day trading vehicle for right now. If you have some investment thesis on it, then obviously what I'm saying has no bearing on what you're talking about. If for some reason, you'd own the stock sub $1 and you have some reason to continue to like it, what I'm saying obviously doesn't apply to you, right? But this isn't something you want to just get caught bag holding that you bought at $7 or something and let it go. So anyways, I'm speaking as someone who has bought things up here and then just kind of like let it go because it's coming back. And next thing you know, you've got a $2 and $3 loss per share on your hand on something that was supposed to be a day trade. God forbid, I just asked someone who was there. Now, is it over? I have no idea. I mean, just did it bounce at the VWAP? I mean, that's a pretty sizable bounce off that there. Again, though, where does it bounce to, right? Does it get stuck here at this 630? Does it 650, 680, right? Those are all areas that it's likely to see some trouble with. Will it? I have no idea. Those are areas that my eyes go into. So anyways, just thought, I saw it coming undone here price-wise on my price alerts here. So I thought I'd make comment to that. And again, from failed moves come fast moves again, right? So look at the volume that's coming in. This big buy volume candle. We're up over, just cracked 640 back under it again. It's one of those things, hard to take your eye off of it, right? If nothing else, for those of us that do love price action. Very interesting. New 5-minute candle opens strong as compared to the last 5-minute candle now to where it traded to. Again, this thing could rip. Absolutely could rip. I'm not in it, nor do I have intention in getting into it for the moment, though. So I don't want to talk anybody in it or out of it. Do your homework. All right. So covered MREO. Just talked about that there. Let's jump into the IWM. I feel like that's as important as anything here. And why would I say that's as important as anything? Well, because it really hasn't gone anywhere in forever, right? Like literally forever. It's probably better illustrated on the weekly chart. So here's pre-COVID, right? We're still right at pre-COVID. So that's what I mean. I not gone forever, not gone anywhere in forever. And in fact, when we got that great run in the NASDAQ and even the S&P, right? This didn't really participate in it, right? Made a move up, touch those lows. Made a move up, touch those lows, or those highs, whatever you want to call it, wherever you want to call it from. And then made a move up and right back down here again, right? So what I think is so interesting and important is we don't necessarily need the IWM to participate for us to move up, right? It doesn't seem like we need it anyways. Now, obviously, if it gets going, it's likely to be a catalyst for the rest of the market as well. If it breaks down, though, is it going to have a huge negative impact? I'm not so sure it will at this point. And for those that are in the camp of it's, 5 stocks that are driving the stock market, it's not. I'm not going to argue that, but it's not. But I will also say, if it's 5 stocks that are driving the market, well, why aren't you buying the 5 strongest stocks then, right? I mean, why would we be upset at stocks going up if that we're to the long side, right? So, people get caught up very much because the SPY, the S&P 500, because of its weighting, but wouldn't you put your eggs in the basket of the winners, right? So, just, try to get people out of some dogmatic views and things like that, and that negative bias that people get stuck into. These are things that I had been stuck into prior, and then, I start listening to people that are much smarter than me and much better technical analysts than I am, like JC Peretz, for example, or forget who else. Who's a good one? Ryan something. Can't think of his name. Can't think of his last name. But these guys, just got a much more positive outlook. Even when things are selling off, we've got some great positive outlooks. Ryan Dietrich, that's it. So another great CMT. Anyways, they kind of just help me flip to a much better, more positive, healthy way of thinking in the market. That doesn't mean you just buy, right? Did I miss your IWM? Oh, sorry. I guess I did. How the heck did I miss that? Maybe I was scrolled up. I'm not trading the IWM. It just bears a little bit into maybe if I'm swinging things, if I'm getting back into more of a swing trading mentality of things, having the IWM either on my side or at least not crashing is good. Is beneficial to me. It's going to keep me more of a risk on type of mentality. This is the definition of chopping people to pieces right there on the IWM. I mean, that's the definition of getting chopped to pieces. I mean, you think the SPY's choppy? Good Lord. That IWM, 200 to 160 or so, just ridiculous. I mean, that thing, what's the, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out, right? Right here. If they don't scare you out of the market, they'll wear you out of the market. And that's it right there on that. So, you can find plenty of big cap stocks that are really at it. Let's bring up, we haven't done this in a while. I haven't looked at my lifetime high scanner. Haven't looked at it too much in the last, that's not true. I look at it plenty. I haven't brought it up here in a while. I look at it all the time. I haven't brought it up here in a while. So look, so just so everybody knows what we're going over in here. Michael, and I'm with you in the sense that, look, you've got a very well-defined risk level on the IWM here. So if you're wrong, you really know where you're wrong, right? You just, you can't account for if you get whipsaw. If it just pokes its head just below that level right there and then flies back up. There's nothing you do about whipsaw. But you got a very defined level to the downside, right? So a lot of upside potential should we get rolling again, right? So, when things have that well-defined downside to it and you're willing to stick to it, obviously that's one of the bigger keys with stops and trading plans. If you're willing to stick to it, horse of a different color than those that aren't willing to stick to it. Looks good in that regard there. And again, these are the kinds of setups that can have that big risk to reward, right? Where your risk well-defined down here, your reward pretty defined up here, and you've got plenty to take off the table on the way up should it move up. And if it moves down, it's not far on that downside as compared to that upside. So it's a nice ratio that's going on there. So just looking at here, lifetime high scan that I've got, stock's got to be above $8 and above, trade at least 1 million shares today. Relative volume's got to be 1. They'd have to be within 15% of their lifetime high, or they have to be 85% above their lifetime lows, essentially. I use this on a few different things. One, I like to buy stocks near all-time highs, number one. Number two, if this thing is filled up, I mean, it's kind of hard to be bearish when you got a lot of stocks that are nearing their all-time highs, right? So you got Shell here, oil and gas. The other thing I like to look at with this too is, are things like, is it a lot of tech that's in here? Is a lot of energy that's in here? Is a lot of retail that's in here? Because then it starts to tell us, well, I've got 3 swing positions on right now, and they're all in retail, and retail's also just strong overall. The sector looks strong. There's lots of stocks that are near lifetime highs in the retail sector. I'm really risk on. Or I've got some retail ones on for whatever reason that I chose those stocks, and all of a sudden it's all looks like it's all tech that's in this, and the retail sector overall isn't looking great, even though my 3 stocks look okay. Maybe I'm not so much, maybe I don't want to let the string get away too far from me before I reel in some of that profit. So that these are different ways that I use scanners, right? It doesn't just have to. This is just one example of it here. So with Shell, Shell's right there at all-time highs, essentially right there. 67 is your all-time high. Been a lot of talk about energy. It's had a big bounce, and then it gave some up, and then it bounced back again. So can't ignore these things. PGR, I believe that's energy too, no? Oh, no, PGR, that's progressive. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why that's doing that. Let's get here on a daily chart again, though. So progressive insurance premiums, man, have gone through the roof. Anybody that's paying any insurance premiums, insane. Sitting up here near all-time highs. All right, come on. Let's go. Not that much software going. That's got to do that. All right. VRTX, who are you? All right, so pharmaceuticals here. Interesting move off that bottom. What a shot out of a cannon here. CPRT. I'm just trying to get a feel for what's coming through here. Another interesting one here. And I mean, look at this move and then this sideways move here for a while. That's a pretty nice looking chart right there, sitting right up near all-time highs. As a matter of fact, boy, that's a nice looking chart. We get this, we get the market start rolling and this thing hasn't sold off to start with, hasn't really had a big sell-off. This is something to keep an eye on. Not a small float, just under $1 billion in that float here, right? But I keep my eye on that one. CLS. So we've got a very big mix up here so far. Nothing standing out as, oh, this is, you know, the sector that really looks like they're up there right now. You got TJ Maxx's retail here. You got Lilly. That's going to be, again, your pharmaceuticals. That was pharmaceutical there. But, you know, who doesn't make a, here's NVO, right? This is pharmaceuticals, no? Yeah, another pharmaceutical. All right, so we got a few pharmaceuticals in here, so maybe it's worth paying attention to the medical world here. And one thing we're always going to have a lot of is sick people, unfortunately, right? Or we're likely to anyway. So I don't know if they'll ever have the magic shot that cures everything. Anyways, I'm getting off on many tangents here. My point is, it's a pretty good sizable list for right now in the day. Unless we have a big sell-off, this list is likely to grow. And someone would say, well, why is it likely to grow? Well, it's likely to grow as stocks that are within that 15% of all-time highs start to get over that million volume threshold, million minimum shares threshold. So that's why it's likely to grow. Will it for sure? I don't know. And again, that's, you know, more predicated on the fact that we do or don't sell off. Yeah, I'll share that scan out for you. I've shared it in the past. I don't bring it up all the time, but just as a simple scan, and you know, to quote Leonardo da Vinci and to steal from Jamie Hodge because he says it a lot, or in his webinars used to say it all the time. It was, you know, a place where I heard it more than anywhere else. Is you know, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, right? So, you know, Jamie said that a lot during the market hours, or I think it was called market hours, when he used to do his webinar on Mondays, you know, back in the day. Anyway, so yeah, I like the scan. Let me share that. Sorry, there's a message that had come into me. So distracted. Look at that TPST, right? I said go either way. From failed moves come fast moves, right? So it just set off a price alert here for me. Failed at the VWAP to break down below it. Pretty good move off of that right there now, right? But look, where did I say it might get hung up? That's 780, right? Or 680, right? Price as memory. Price has memory. So, you know, it's banging on that 680 right now. Banging, banging, banging. And, you know, it just got rejected off of it again. So, and this is where patience becomes really important. And at the same time, you know, having the plan to take the trade, right? So for me right now, you know, I'm real interested, but I want to see, I got to let this next 5-minute candle close. If it just shoots off without me, so be it. But where's my risk on this? And where's my reward, right? Because if let's say I take it right now and I get, you know, $7 is a spot, it might struggle again. And where's it going to fall all the way down to? The 630 level again? You know, I want to risk winning 30 cents versus risk losing 50 cents. It doesn't make any sense to me, right? So, it's tough. It's tough, you know, because my gut says it's going to go, but I'm not betting my money on it. You know, I don't trade with my gut. Well, I have, and it's never gotten me very far. It's gotten me a loss, a lot of them. But you know, hindsight trading, I should have taken it. You know, there it goes. You know. fighting at that 7, pop through it, fighting around it. So anyways, failed moves come fast moves, right? That's how it goes, folks. I'm kind of kicking myself for not taking it, but it is what it is. Is there a way to compare today's option activity? No way to compare option activity. Sorry. We just don't have historical data on it in that regard. Boom, there it is. About to challenge high a day, likely. I'm banging around that 730 area level. So no, we have to have the data in order to make a custom, Trevor. We don't have historical options data like that. I'm sorry. It has to exist within the system. So, all we have for options data is this here. What's going on today? Where is it? Right. So this is all what's going on today. We don't have it from past days to compare to in the system, unfortunately. I wish I could tell you differently. I don't like telling people no on things. I'd give everybody everything their heart desires as far as scanning goes if I could. But the customs, they reference short code within the system of data that exists, and there is no historical data on options to reference, unfortunately. What is my opinion on VSAT? I had shorted it with what I thought was negative news about satellite damage, but instead it's been climbing for 5 days, yearly still down. So first off, news is a reaction. Just how many times have you seen positive news and the stock moves down? How many times have you seen negative news, stock moves up? So news is just that. It's news. It's not necessarily an up or down catalyst. But VSAT, I'm not really familiar off the top of my head with this stock. So, things beat into high heck. I don't even know where you'd have to go back to find support on this thing. Obviously, $20 is going to be a challenge for it. It gets through 20, you could be looking at 25 afterwards. That doesn't mean it's going to just do that. Whole numbers will probably be some kind of hang up through and in between. 21, 22, 23, so on and so forth. I don't know how far back we got to go to find support on it. Let's bring up a weekly chart. Oh, that's not good. This is making many year lows right now. So sure, if it bounces, all right, but where's your stop at? The most recent low at, $13 or whatever it is, I guess. We can go back a monthly chart, see if we can find. Is this thing making just all-time lows? Yeah, it looks like this thing's making all-time lows, essentially. We got data going back to, hold on a second, sorry. We got data going back. We're below wherever it was in 2010. The fact that I'm even reaching back to 2010 to try to find a low is not good. So, you could try to use the most recent lows as a stop, right? And below there, as far as I know, you got support at 0. So these are the type of risk reward situations I don't like at all. There's just too much risk and not enough reward for me. So, it's a Russian roulette. It's a loaded gun. Technically speaking, as a technician, there's nothing on this chart. If you get above 20 and you could hold above 20, then maybe you could use it as a base camp to build, right? But you're all the way down here at 15 as all-time lows, it looks like. So, I'm sorry. I wish I had something more positive to say on this. It just kind of it is what it is there. Oh boy, TPST. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Sorry, I'm watching this real close here. And play it against this $7 level for the threat and above high of the day. I'm just going to be a spectator while we got a lot going on here. I say that and it's going to go. I just know it. So, all right, where are we at? Wow, time flies. I can't believe, I don't know, I felt like I've been in here for like 10 minutes at this point. With that TJ Maxx chart, where are you at? I've wanted to take a shot at this so many times, and every time I do, I chicken out. Above 90, might have to do it if it can get a few closes above 90. Do a lot of shopping at TJ Maxx. What else? Microsoft is sitting there. I mean, look at the, just your semiconductors here, still within that shooting range there. Like to see them clear back above this level here. That'd be real bullish on the semiconductors, clearing back above that level. We'll see. Papa Dow. And again, before Barry will be back, and he could be back in 5 minutes, he could be back in 10 minutes. I don't know. I have no cause for him to rush in here, so I'm happy to hang here and chat as long as you folks have some questions and stuff. Papa Dow, struggling at that 340 level, but if it gets above that 340 level, once again, we have a lot of things that are banging on those levels. If it can get above it, look out. And again, we stick with the theme of today is failed moves, fast moves, right? We fail here a bunch more. Also look out. Same theme that we saw with the SPY, right? All the same kind of stuff. So, all very, very worth noting. That's all. Very, very worth noting. What else is there to look at here? Well, there's XLK. I mean, that's as important as I think anything at this point. And again, same theme here, right? Getting back above this level here, getting back above that level. Oh, so very important. I don't think anything besides TPST that came through my races today was that exciting. That's, look at that right there. And that's why, like I said, just couldn't chase that. Yes, was there a trade in there? Absolutely, but it wasn't for me. MNST. This is the one we talked about earlier. Can't ignore this. If nothing else, is a day trading vehicle right now. So just a big sell off right here, but just like TPST, if it holds the VWAP, right? Do we get a big bounce back up here? Doesn't seem unreasonable or unlikely. Certainly within the realm of possibility. EPLT, what'd you do today? Just grinding higher today. I actually ignored this one. I guess I ignored it at my own peril, right? Not bad. Nice steady move. Up 25% from the open. Not shabby, actually. OM. Oof. That's something. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah. PRZO. So this thing's been jumpy for a week or so. Again, it was a sub-dollar stock going back onto the beginning of the month here. Jumping all around here. It's an Israeli stock, so all right. Can only venture a guess at what that's about then. SPWR, SunPower. Oof, the beating just continues for this stock. Absolute beating for this stock. So for the semiconductors have done, this is not. So solar, yeah. I had a feeling it was going to be solar. I'm going to tie that to the tan here. I think tan had a gap up on Friday. No, it was a different day. Right? I knew Tan had a couple of upside days, but really bad looking overall. It's your solar index here, just beaten to all heck. Top. I actually looked at this earlier. I think I had a good move, right? Yeah, really nice move. See, what's that? Hong Kong, right? That's the Hong Kong stock. Yep, Hong Kong. That kind of looks like it's done. And why do I say it looks like it's done? You got this sell off here, and look at the volumes. Been gone for a while now in that 5 minute. Is that to say it's over? I have no idea. Obviously, anything can happen. HRMY. Harmony Biosciences. Not familiar with this really. Long ways sideways. Obviously, had some news on Friday that kicked their butt. I heard you.
So you don't have the timer on anymore. So you actually have your mic on the whole time now?
Yeah, you know what it is.
Your mic on, but you have the.
I left. By the time I realized I had my earphones in, I was like, let me just turn the timer off. I usually set it for 5-2, give or take. Is what I set it to. But I had them in. Like I forgot to take them out, and I were at 12:35 my time. I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll just leave them in at this point.
So, Chris, I know you don't like to trade during the lunch hour, right? Between 12 and 1. In fact, you basically had policy.
I got away from that some months ago. I don't know exactly when it was, but yes, I used to kind of say that. I really stood away from it. Really, the reason why is it just seemed like every time I took a trade after let's say 12:15 in the afternoon, I just always seemed to get losers. And then I was like, you know what? I'm watching all these winners happen though. Just have a plan and freaking stick to it like everything else. And, and then lo and behold, I had some winners. I trade it less than I trade from, let's say about 10 o'clock in the morning to about noon Eastern. And then again, less from about, let's say 2:45 Eastern through the close. I'll say I trade it less, but I'm looking.
Well, here's my theory. My personal theory for me, because I have my break between 12 and 1. I do a little workout, and then about 12:20, 12:25, I'm on my own. And now I can take a look at the market. I don't have to babysit anybody. I don't have to answer any questions. And I have actually been finding some just great little trades between. Now that might be because I can concentrate 100%. So for instance, and this is not just today. I mean, it's not totally anecdotal, because I've been noticing that I'm taking trades while I'm on my break.
Mm-hmm.
SGH is a good example. SGH
I got a price alert on that went off, and I'm like, all right, Chris.
Well, I was in it twice and I lost twice. Not much, but I stuck to it, and I finally got in. I'm out of it now. But 1430, the 1430 break, it got up to 1470.
Yep.
But you know why I took it, because when you look left, look.
I mean, come on.
But as I always say, the reason it dropped on Friday, it's still there. It's not like it's a miracle and somebody's waved a magic wand and sorry, we were just kidding. So you always have to be aware of that. And the other one I took, I'm out of it now, but a little short on RCM. I waited for the 12 break, and it got down to I think it got down to 1170 something. Just nothing unbelievable, but enough to pay some bills and
absolutely. And if nothing else, I mean, they're both stocks that are really liquid, so it's not like it's making a move, but the volume is gone out of it. I mean, they're active stocks right now, without any question.
Yeah.
So nice on that 12 break. I mean, I hung around that 12 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least six 5-minute candles before it really broke that down. And the theme, I don't know how much you listened or not, but my theme today was from failed moves or fast moves, And so look, eventually it failed to hold that support, and a quick release right there off of that.
Right.
And it goes the other way too, obviously, and you're banging against something. Is the balloon going to deflate before it gets above water? But if it doesn't and it gets above that water, balloon going to take off, on the other side of it. So
Now, I know Trevor asked you about comparing option volume. Now, of course, the only thing we can do is in the option volume percent because it does compare the average over 10 days. But I think
Right.
Trevor probably knows that.
Yeah,
But if
yeah,
he's
yeah.
asking for a comparison of 5 days or 15 but we can compare over 10 days anyway.
Yeah, with that's it's just built in to be that way.
It's built
But
in, exactly.
it's not like, for example, I can take since we have 1 minute volume and 5 minute volume, I can compare those two.
Right.
So you can make a filter like that where they're comparing. Now it's not comparing candles specifically, it's time frames, but it's a workaround for someone who's looking to compare volume on candles or something like that, because those two data points exist within the system. Not that I'm any expert on any of this stuff, but
well, you've been doing it long enough. You should be.
I when it comes to anything with customs, I cheat by looking at Steffi's past scout tickets, and then I message her if I got any questions.
You know what? They're really not that hard. It's just a matter of sitting down if you got the time.
Yes.
Because I mean, it's actually very simple math. Just comparison of data points. It's really, the math is quite simple.
Right.
But, you got to have the time to do it.
That's it. The other part for me was making sure that I put the operators correctly, and when is it the boolean, and things like that, and when I have to double bracket it, that's when things start really getting away from me. On the simpler stuff, like you said, it's easy enough. Look at the data points. Is it there? What operators do I need? But when you start to really extend, I've gone through some customs of people that I'm like, holy cow, how do they even think of this?
Well, you're right. When you've got a series of, say, parentheses, and you miss one, at least when you put the formula in, it's going to tell you usually that number one, it's an error, and usually it points where it is. So, but anyway, you're right. I mean, I used to enjoy doing it, but I don't have any customs. I don't use customs at all. I haven't had a custom I haven't created a custom of my own for years and years and years. But I'm a very simple trader.
Yeah, that's it for me. Same thing. The only thing I use is the 1 minute volume for topless. That's it. Just because it's not, you can't get it in the topless by default. It's there, obviously, in alert windows. That's it. There's nothing else. I have a bunch of customs that are in my account just because I put them there for testing a scan for someone else or something, and then they just kind of there.
I have 100. I have 100 in my account, which I have not. Well, yeah, I say I used to create them all the time, but I haven't used one for years.
Well, the
only one I really have used is maybe looking where the next high is. On a daily chart, where is the next high? I want it to be $2-3 or whatever. I've used that in a little bit, but other than that, nothing. I think our standard stuff is just fine.
Yeah, it's the same thing for me. And it's funny you mentioned that. I came across, it had to be 2 or 3 years ago, maybe even longer, when I was really trying to learn customs. I came across an old video that you did from maybe it was 2014 or 2015.
Oh man, that was one of my first videos.
Yeah, where you did a live thing with customs and going over it. It was actually a really great video. I mean, you broke it down real simple.
Yeah,
that was one of the more helpful ones for me. So I went way back in the archives for that one.
Well, I think that was my second video I ever did, and I was really green. I mean, I remember doing that one, and that's when I was kind of into doing the customs, but. That's gone by the wayside. All right, my friend, I'll take over now.
Sounds good. Yes. I'm sure you got to get back into the other room too.
There we go. Yeah, I got to get in the other room. Yep. Okay, Chris, thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone.
See you next Monday.
And I'll catch you on the next one. Take care, everybody.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys, get my music going. Get the other room going now. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. So I was saying to Chris, third time lucky finally on the SGH. Took this right around 1430. I've traded most of it out. I don't trust it, the SGH. And I actually took a short of RCM also. Worked out. Got down to 1173. I'm out of most of mine on this one also. Both of those during the lunchtime break for me. I was talking about it with Chris in the YouTube room. So guys, let's see. 103 right now. What do I think about ANAZ? Is that have you put it in correctly? I don't know ANAZ. Or do you mean ANA something else? I don't recall ever seeing an ANAZ, so you probably mean something else, right? So I don't know, maybe yeah can't hear me. What was my setup for SGH? Well, I don't know how long you've been in the room, Maroon, but I tried this a couple of times early. But the reason why I was wanting it is because when I look left, look at all the room it had. Obviously, had a horrible day on Friday, got hammered down. I think it was this was an earnings play, actually, an earnings play. So that's what attracted me to it. It came into my, where did it come into? So it came into my option scanner, okay, at 1384. So that's where I first saw it again. And so the minute when it was hovering around 14, now a couple of times, remember I took this long and I lost both small little manageable losses each time. But the next time it got over that 1420 mark, that's where I thought, okay, maybe now it's ready. So, I mean, it's not fabulous. I mean, I would love to have seen it keep moving, but that's what got me in that area, and all because it had some room looking left. RNAS, okay, RNAS. What do I think about RNAS? RNAZ? Okay, so these are stocks that I don't really pay too much attention to, yeah. Because they're way under $1. I do remember this. I think they did a financing, didn't they? Didn't they do a financing? Not up here. We were all wondering, well, why the heck couldn't they have taken advantage of a financing in this area? Didn't they do a financing around the 60 cent level? So, right now, I mean, I don't think much of it, to be honest. You'd have to check the news and where they did a financing. I thought it was around the 60 or 70 cent mark, maybe higher, but thank you very much, Casa. So yeah, they did a financing at 51 cents. So it's still below the financing price. They did it. Thank you so much, Casa. September 21. So, about 3 weeks ago or so, they did a financing. And I remember when they did it because it was right September 25th. So it was this right here. And we're wondering, well, why couldn't they take advantage of the huge pop and get it, even if they got it at the low, $1.30. So whoever's controlling this company didn't do a very good job at capturing the fact that one day it got up to 320. So anyway, the bottom line is financing at 51 cents is still below it. So it depends what you mean by oh, don't. Hey, by the way, Maroon, don't be shy. Don't. The fact that you're new, you don't ever have to say you're sorry. And this just general a blanket statement, everybody. If you're new, either to the room or to trade ideas, even if you don't have trade ideas, feel free to ask me questions. But if you're new to trade ideas, for sure, ask me questions. So when you say a volume climax, so it depends what you mean by that. You mean like finally it's going to, it's going to finally drop, or because this is a momentum scan. This is a momentum scanner, and it's looking for volume, big bursts in volume in 1 minute. So it's like 1,000% of normal in 1 minute. Now, does that mean it's going to drop? Not necessarily, of course. I mean, these are ideas to go long. Of course, at any point, a stock that has big volume bursts. I mean, at some point, will it maybe finally give it up, and people will pile in on a short? Obviously, could happen. So it depends what you mean by if you mean volume climax, like okay, there's a big like parabolic move, and now maybe it's over. Well, it's SGH. So SGH didn't show up on my momentum scan. Okay, it's there probably a reason it didn't show up. I don't think it showed up early. Some filter wasn't satisfied. Okay, I can't tell you which one it was. Oh, wait a minute, it did show up. Just looking here, SGH at 10:05. Okay, 10:05. Now, did it? But from 10:05 though, it didn't make the move, and for me anyway. So see, for me, it was all about okay. The scanner alerted me to the fact that something interesting was happening with SGH. So that's when I started watching it. And then, later I said, okay, you don't see it now because I've erased all my price alerts, but I had a price alert set right up here around 12:20, 14:22. So the scanner alerted me to the fact that I wanted to keep an eye on it. It didn't mean that I would take. Remember, this is why the program is called Trade Ideas. It alerts me to an idea, and then it's up to me to figure out, okay, if I'm going to trade this, where and how am I going to trade it? Well, of course, SGH had a huge day on Friday, 8 million. I mean, it's still a big day today, 2.1 million, but it's still not anything like Friday's day. Friday was its earnings release day, okay, and that's why it just absolutely tanked. So, I mean, if you were to set up a filter to look for, unfortunately, this wouldn't show up because it would be skewed by the fact that on Friday it was 8 million shares. Today, I mean, it's still a lot for typically for SGH, but I mean, if you're looking at if you're trying to compare it to the previous day, it's only about a quarter of it. But if you're looking for a momentum scanner, I mean, this is pretty good, I think, because this is what it's looking for. And of course you can have a different price range if you want, but if it's between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Just one moment, please. The volume is at least 100,000 shares, and that might look very light. The reason I only have it at 100,000 shares is that I don't want to put it like in a million or even 500,000 because something could be ramping up, and by the time it hits 500,000 shares, it might have already made a big move. So usually when I get an alert though, it's well above 100,000. Look at this. I mean, 2.1 billion. But this is the momentum of it. 1,000% of normal in last minute and 400% of normal in 5 minutes. Oh well, you would have seen this, and you would have seen this on a momentum down scan, okay, on Friday. If you, I don't know, first of all, if you come into the room is open, the main room. Now you're in YouTube, okay? I should tell you this. There is another room. It's a little more, not little more. There's a lot more activity. I'll give you this link, and this is. I get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock Eastern, but the other room is open at 8 o'clock. Okay, no later than 8 o'clock. You guys can talk amongst yourselves, and then I get on the mic at 9. But no question that on Friday we were talking about SGH. Okay, because this had a massive gap down in the pre-market. Back this out a little bit. Actually, I'm sort of wrong. I mean, this right here, this, if you can see my screen, Maroon, if you see the screen right there, you can see that there's the tan area, okay? And that was the pre-market on Friday. So we already knew it was an earnings play, okay? Because, the way we designate earnings plays, by this earnings date column. So we knew it was an earnings play. It was already gapping down, quite a bit actually, $17 down to 16. So we knew, but then when the market opened is when it really started to move down, and this was an earnings play. And this is, so you would have seen this. In fact, you would have seen this in the option scanner, okay? Abnormal option activity. Anything in brown is a suggestion to go go short. Anything in light blue, a suggestion to go long. So I know that appeared on the option scanner almost right off the bat as an example. Okay. And I'm sharing those two scans. I'm sharing scans, of course. So just in case you do want to take a look at some of my scans, and I'm talking to Maroon in our YouTube channel or YouTube room. Well, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit until the middle section. Here are my scans. So for instance, the pre-market actives up and down will give you a good idea of what could. These are gappers up and gappers down. The SGH would have shown up here. So you would have been alerted to the fact that, okay, number one, it's an earnings play. And number two, let's keep watching it. Then here are the daily breakdowns and breakouts. There's the abnormal option activity scanner that I was talking about. Okay. So these are some scans that I am sharing. Okay, on the Holly intraday, once they're losing money. Okay, you must have okay, there's a filter here, and probably it says any profitable trades. That's what's checked. So if you uncheck that, you'll see all the trades. Okay. If I just click that, I'm only going to see the profit. Okay. Okay, guys, TPST. I mean, I have an alert set for the high of the day, and who knows, maybe it'll take it out. There is the high of the day at 7:45. It's very close. I actually wish it were if it's going to happen. I wish it were a little later in the day. No, there's no news today on the news happened, the news happened this day on the 11th. It's just now a trade, okay? I mean, traders are piling in, trying to figure out a way to trade it. I don't think there's any specific news today. It all happened on this day here on the 11th. You'd have to go back. This was the news, okay? So you'd have to go back. This was the news on the 11th, and some phase one, phase two. I think the interesting thing is that Roche is a partner of theirs, but anyway. So you're not if you're looking for news specific today, no, I don't think so anyway. Anybody share a good moment setup for daily? What do you mean by you mean momentum setup for daily? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Thank you. Okay, so William, we'll keep the room open till 4 Eastern time. All right, guys, I'm now back. Yeah, market is yeah, I mean it's turning lower. This is definitely a big red bar, potentially wiping all this out. Let's see how it closes. What time is it right now? 121. So there's another 8 minutes or so to close. Yeah, this OFIX has had a nice little comeback. But I'm pretty conservative when it comes to trading, and every time I look left, I would see where I think it could stall. And did it? No. I mean, obviously, I'm not. But that's just the way I look at things. So if But did you like some of the things you're getting from the bullish strategies? Because if you're getting too much data, Alpina, okay, then if you're getting too much data, then what I would do then is I would just start adjusting the filters in them, so tightening them up. So what do I mean by that? Well, for instance, look at this. Here's my 10-day daily breakout. I could bring it over. Here's my 10-day daily breakout. Okay. Look how many alerts I've had. I've had 4 on the upside, 4 on the downside. Could I have had more? Yes, if I did something like this. So if I right click, configure, well, why am I not getting that many? because look at where the current volume is at least 8. I mean, I have other filters in here, but the current volume is at least 8. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. Okay. If I reduce this to 6, I would get more alerts. I don't want to. Okay. I mean, I'm very comfortable into getting 4 or 5 on each one every single day. But so there's your trade-off. Okay. Now you could either in your particular case with the bullish strategy, putting out too much data. I don't know, you'd have to right click on it and click on the summary and see what filter values there are. And maybe you want to increase the volume, like that current volume filter. That'll probably reduce a lot. Maybe up the actual volume, the actual volume. That'll reduce some. Okay. I mean, so that's what I would try to do. I mean, if you like the concept of what it is, but it's just giving you too much data, then do something like this. If you don't, because I don't know what it is. I don't have that one that you're looking at. But does that all make sense? So you're trading low float beginning at what? What does that mean? $4 or four in the morning? 4 a.m. Eastern time, like right when the market when you start getting data. Okay. Well, you're also it's tough trading in the pre-market, isn't it? I mean, the only thing I would do is then up the volume. So you're only seeing stocks that have got enough volume. I mean, trading in the pre-market, you're going to have enough volume. So, maybe up the minimum volume. Okay, well, if you're comfortable trading in the pre-market, that's good. But then what I would do is because the relative volume filter does not work in the pre-market, so that's something. Maybe up the volume itself. Maybe also like what's the minimum it has to be up for the day? From the change. What change from the close are you using? Just so you can zero in on the most active stocks. And what is the float you're using? What is the float that you're using? What's the max? Well, yeah, I mean, it depends on the float you're using. I mean, if now this is what I do. Let me show you. I mean, you might want to take a look at something like this. So this is what I use in the pre-market. I don't trade the pre-market very much, okay, number one. But first of all, you're obviously like I'm on the West Coast, so obviously I'm not going to be trading at 4 in the morning, 1 o'clock my time. But number one, but so this is what I use in the pre-market, not so much to trade the pre-market, but just I want to see the stocks that are moving in the pre-market so that I can see, okay, what should I maybe be following once the market opens? So these are two scans that I'm sharing. The pre-market act is up and down. You could always sort on the float, okay, on the float filter, float column. If I double left click, as I say, if I double left, sometimes it's a little tricky. Come on. Okay. So you can see WORX is the lowest float. Now, this is still working. Okay. I mean, it's 1:27 Eastern time, but I shut this down at 9:30. Okay. Once the market opens, but you could always sort on the float share. Okay. And then you could zero in on the low float situations. And now some of them may not be moving that much. They may not have that much volume, but they will show up. Now this is a top list, okay? So it's going to be, it's not like an alert window, but to be honest, I mean, I've been using something like this for, I don't know, 12 years. So in order for you to have it, if you just, let's see if go to my home page, oops. Okay, I put my homepage link in and click on the scan section, the middle section. So the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, so that's what I use in the pre-market. And then I don't know how long you've been using Trade Ideas, but each one of these columns is sortable. So the obvious thing to do at the very, very beginning is, to sort on the change from the close. That'll show you the stocks that are up the most from the previous day's close. So you'll see those. And if you're really just interested in low floats, then you just double left click on that. It's just tricky sometimes. You just want to, there you go. So you see, these are the low floaters sorted on low float. Obviously, right at the top here, there's the big floats, but these are the ones, the lowest floats right at the top. Okay. So that might help you at least reduce something, and then you can see, okay, put a minimum volume in there. The minimum volume, I think, is only like 20,000 in that particular scan. That's because I'm just looking for stocks that are moving even at 20, because you never know, once the market opens, maybe the volume explodes. And the other thing I'm sure you're aware of, I mean, usually when a low floater is active in the pre-market, usually it's a bio of some sort. Okay. And so you probably have access to some news just to check out what it is. And as you know, just because something pops in the pre-market doesn't mean it's going to keep going all day. How can you use? Okay, so I've got a couple of questions. One in our YouTube room. I'll get to you in a second, Samir. Okay. And then I have a question about how would you use? Now, okay, I don't use the backtester at all. Okay, but if you wanted to use it, you start off with an alert window. You create your own. You can use this if you want, but you create your own alert window. Typically, the backtester is used because you think you have some kind of a strategy that you think might work. Okay, that's the operative. You think, or that's the operative word. You think might work. So you can use the backtester, and it'll kind of give you an idea. You can go as far back as, say, 3 months, and it would take every single occurrence where the stock was alerted, and basically the backtester is set up that to say, okay, if I took every single trade over the last 3 months where I had an alert, what would have happened? Okay, that's the concept of it. Now, before I keep going, I want to put in Maroon. Oh, you're in there. Yeah, that's you. That's you from YouTube. Okay. So again, if you click on my homepage link and click on the education section, okay, and go to the user guide. I will show you a back test, but I mean, this is in the user guide too, so you should have a way to refer to what I'm talking about. So if you go to the user guide, that's in the education section of my homepage. Scroll down a bit until you see, where is it? Backtesting. Okay, backtesting. And they'll have some videos and some text to explain all about backtesting. Okay. But backtesting always starts from an alert window. Now, I will backtest this. Now, typically, you never backtest during the day. Usually you're back testing after hours and all that. But you just right click and back test the strategy. You can have a start time, an end time. You can either do a simulate of a sell or simulate the buy. Okay. And I'll just show you what it looks like. And again, I would never. Well, I just want to show you, what it'll look like, the concept. Somebody might say, well, why the heck would you ever want to have this? Well, I want to see the alerts. That's all. I just care about the alerts. Okay. It's not that I don't trade every one of them. Obviously, if I took every single trade over the last 3 months, I'd be, I wouldn't be very good. That's an equity curve showing me that would be terrible. Even if I back tested, these ones, they probably wouldn't be very good. I don't care. I just want to see the alerts. But let's just say you took a strategy and it didn't look too bad. Maybe you had an equity curve that was actually positive. Then you start getting, and this is why, it takes time and effort. You can go into the optimization and then you can start to take a look. Well, was there a price range which seemed to be better? Maybe I can eliminate some price ranges that aren't that good. Or is there a time of day that's better? Maybe there's a time of day that I should be steering clear of. Things like that. That's the optimization procedure. But then, you can start to getting really crazy and you can start adding filters and, there's a whole, I don't do it anymore. I mean, it just takes a long time. You really have to have time and we have to have patience. You have to actually want to do it. If that makes sense. Some people love to, just fiddle around with stuff like that. And if you've got the time and patience, yeah, go for it. Yeah, I mean, I used to try and use it. What I found more than anything, it was keeping me out of things. Okay, keeping me out. I used to think, okay, the 15-minute opening range breakout, that is gold. Everybody talks about it, and I create an alert. I put in, other filters, not just the actual break, and I back test it. I could never make it work. I could never get like a good equity curve. So can I actually kind of keep you out of things? Here. Okay, so question in our YouTube room. Well, the other thing too is that, I mean, it really, I mean, you could look at maybe the time of day, you could look at maybe minimum volume, and then maybe you can optimize it so it looks pretty good, without curve fitting it too much, getting down to one trade, in 3 months that would have worked. But the problem is that, it might look pretty good for a couple of days, and all of a sudden you look and get, my goodness, I'm getting just garbage results. You got to go back into the optimization procedure again. I mean, it's very tedious. I would say that, very, very few of our customers do it. Give me one moment. Okay, Samir, are you still listening in our YouTube room? Before I start. Okay, good. And you can see my screen. So how can I create a watch list for stocks from multiple scans? Okay, well, here's an easy way, pretty easy way, if you're willing to do this. Are you familiar with our the liked? Let me show you what I'm talking about. What's it called? My liked? I think it's called my liked. Okay, my liked. Are you familiar with that at all? This basically allows you to create a watch list of socks you like. Okay. Now, I think so. This is what you can do. See, we have a heart in the chart. So typically, you wouldn't know you like a stock. I'm assuming you wouldn't know you like a stock until you load it on a chart, and then you go, "Yeah, I like that stock. Okay, I want to follow it." So all you do is click the heart, and it goes into that my like. Now, I think that that when you click on the heart, you know what? To be safe, if you click on the symbol list and add existing list, just find my liked. Okay, find my liked and click on it, and it'll move over. So in this list, I mean, I've got a lot of symbol lists in here, but I think my like right at the top. Okay, if it's not, just find the symbol list that's called my like, click on it, and then it'll move over here. Okay, it has to come over here. Can you do that? Though I think if you click on the heart, I think it puts it over here automatically, but I'm not sure. So all you do, again, if you go to either an alert window or a top list window, because you have to have a way in which you're going to monitor these stocks now. So again, right click, configure, symbol list. Okay, and add existing list. It probably is right at the top. It should be called my liked or something like that. Again, right click on an alert window or a top list window, right click, configure symbol lists, and then add existing list. And all you have to do is find that my like, click on it, and then it'll move. You have to have it over in this column, this left-hand column. Hopefully you're using the downloadable application. You're not using the web-based version, though I think it's pretty similar, the web-based version. Now there's even a channel, new dock channel bar. And if you scroll down, where is it? Hmm, gotta be here. Stocks I like. It's called Stocks I Like. Okay. If you went to then every time you click on a heart, it'll show up. Okay. Okay. So you're right. Now the next step, Samir, is now you've got to attach that. You have to have a you have to now attach it, okay, to the top list window or the alert window that you're using to monitor it. Okay, so that's the next step. So if I right click, configure, come on, give me a moment. So if I right click, configure, and then I've got to go through on the weekend. I've got too many duplicates. Give me a moment. Oh no, 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 no. Don't be okay. Gonna reset my connection. Okay. So if I right click, again, guys, it's I have so much going on. This way it should not be this slow for you. One more time, right click, configure. There we go. So symbol list. Okay, click on the symbol list again. So in this column now, you see this is a drop-down menu. It says all symbols. So go to only the following lists, only the following lists. Make that as your selection, and then check that. Okay, check it. Check the your personal or my like, whatever it's called, my personal or my liked, because then that it'll attach it to the top list window or the alert window that you're using to monitor those stocks. That makes sense? Because the whole idea is you can have different symbol lists and, you might want to attach, one symbol list to this alert window, another one to this alert window. Okay. So now, so every time you click on a heart, now it will not be instant, okay? I mean, it might take 30 seconds for it to show up, but every time you click on a heart though, so your question really was, okay, I see something here that I like in this scan, I see something here in this scan, I see something in another scan, and you want to be able to just add them on the fly with the heart. Now, when you don't want it anymore, in other words, maybe before you clicked on ePix, okay, and you clicked on it, but now maybe you're looking at it, I don't like it anymore, so you click on and then you unheart it, okay, you just basically just a toggle on and off. I heart it, and now I unheart it, and that'll remove it from the list. You caught Seco? All right, good. Did you trade it for me too? And Samir and anybody else listening to me, anytime you make a change, okay, you do something, create a symbol list, add a symbol list, change something in the chart, put an app like a moving average. Anytime you make any change at all, don't forget to save your work. At the very, very, very least, file, exit, and it's going to say, you want to save your layout? Yes or no? Okay, at the very, very least. And then if you say yes, then when you load trade ideas again, everything you did will have been saved. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video now. Time is it? 1:47. So 1:47, 1:48. So shouldn't be, it never takes me 10 minutes, but just in case I run into technical difficulties. So 1:58. ET. So I'm going to put myself on mute in both rooms. Okay, let's see. I wonder how well this has moved. Not yet. I This is showing up on my daily reversal scan, ACVA. It's got the room. ACVA showing up on my daily reversal scan. And looking left, the next high is 1547. So, that's got some room to run if it wants to. It showed up here at 1467. So it really hasn't moved. It really hasn't moved yet. Doesn't mean it's going to move just because it shows up on my scan, and this is just looking for stocks that were down big the day before and recovering today. That's what that scan is looking for, a daily reversal. So as we speak, I am in nothing right now. Sava is just getting beaten up again, guys. Again, an article came out on Friday. Again, if you know the story, but Sava, there's all sorts of allegations of I don't want to say fraud. Okay, I don't know what the right term is, but inappropriate studies. I don't know, fudging data. I mean, I don't know how to actually describe it. The way it was described in all the press releases, it started way back here. But anyway, Sava, it is an Alzheimer's drug. And so, but look what it did though. It got on Friday, it got down to 1232 and it closed up here. So I mean, it had a big recovery, from the low. It's still way down for the day, but it did recover. Yeah, well, I don't get it. I don't want to get sued. Perfect. Did you pick that up? One up? Are you noticing from your scan paradox? Are you talking about Sava? Well, I'm talking to paradox is in unless you're both the same guys. No, okay. Um, oh, a man. Well, a man happened a couple of times. I mean, there is in the daily breakdown later than on the option scanner, but this was the very first one that happened. 1280 at 1280. And Sava did show up in the option scanner also right here. 1329. Again, remember now, anything in brown is a suggestion to short, anything in light blue, a suggestion to go long. So even though the market, is up quite a bit, all like in everything, the big plays have been the short ones. So looking left, the next low, well, that would have been that would have been Friday's low, 1229 was the next low looking left for Sava. That is Friday's low. Well, this BE's got some room. BE is option scanner. 1254 was the alert, so it really hasn't budged. But again, looking left, 1327 or so is the next high. 1327 is the next high looking left. So this does have some room. And again, anything, that you want to go long on, it helps, not to see the market like dropping. It doesn't have to be going higher, but you just don't want to see giant red candles, obviously, if you're going to take something to go long. So even though that was at one point a giant red candle, big recovery. And that was the 115 SPY candle. Boy, I was in the short of VH. I got it way, way, way too soon. But on the 20 break, it got all the way down to 1889. Boy, this has got a little bit of room. This .go DCGO. There is a high here, 636. If we can take that out, then the next high is 653. So it's got a little bit of room. You can see what it's doing here. Trying to take this out right here. If you look at the weekly chart, it looks a lot better in terms of, potential resistance, as opposed to looking at the daily and all these little things. But if you look at the weekly chart, so if you're a little less conservative than I am and you look left on the weekly, it's got about $1. Marius de Valmont. I love it. Morning in our YouTube room. I look at the top, L. Benson. I do look at the top, like right at the wick. Yeah, but of course it's up to you. If you just want to look, it's hard to know how much, if you saw something that had a huge topping tail or wick, it's hard to know how much trading was actually done up there looking back. But so it's up to you if you just want to use the body. But I typically just look, I look at the wick. All right, guys. Well, finally, oops, you know what? That's why I'm not getting any new alerts. Had my toggle off the sound. And just as I do that, another new low for Sava. It'd be something if it takes out. I'm back to wrenching on the scanners alerts under from scratch. If I'm wanting to start over, how do I delete failed attempts? So are you talking about this? Configure and then strategies and start from scratch? Is that what you're talking about? Are you just want to get rid of? are you just wanting to get rid of some alert windows that, so you just want to get rid of some alert windows that you've saved because you don't want them anymore? Is that what you mean? That maybe you've named them scratch one, scratch two, scratch three, or whatever. You want to delete everything, absolutely everything. Well, if that's what you want to do, you want to delete everything. Okay. File, load from cloud. Okay. Here are all your file type. Now you can, I'm not going to do it, but if you wanted to, you- if you keep the control key pressed down, you can start highlighting everything. Okay. And then hit delete. Well, if you haven't named them, then what are you trying to delete? What are you trying to, so they're not in your cloud? So I still don't quite understand what you want to do. I mean, if you start from scratch and then you load the settings, now you've just got a blank and you can just start out again and create an alert window, give it a name and save it to the cloud. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to do. Like where are all the scans? So you have not saved anything. So what are you trying to delete if you haven't saved anything? I'm obviously not understanding. Hmm. Where are they showing up like that? I just don't know. Maybe Pepe. I don't. I'm not familiar with that. Scratch one, scratch two, scratch three. So does it really matter then? If you just want to start from scratch, if you don't have anything, if you have not saved anything, and in essence you're starting from scratch. But why don't you do this as opposed to doing the just start off? I mean, you can. I mean, look, you can do it. Obviously, you want to load new alert window, and you start from scratch. Load the settings. Now here you are. Now you can start, filling it in, and then give it a name. Give it another name. Start filling in what you think you might want to see. Price ranges, relative volume, minimum volume, and once you've done that, and then an alert. If it's an alert window, like how do you want to be alerted once it's in there? Is it a new high of the day, new low of the day, or one of the many? Once you've done that, then you save it. Ah, recent settings. Okay. Now, I think, isn't there a way? Pepe knows this, I'm sure. The recent settings. Oh, I see down here. Okay, recent settings. So you want to get rid of all these. Um, I mean, obviously you can. I think, don't you have to go into the account section? Pepe knows. I've never, to be honest, I've never, let me see, I don't think you can do it. So there's no delete. But there is a way, I know Pepe knows, through the web. You have to go into, I guess, your account. What happens, of course, is that it'll, like, if you create another one, it'll just move to the top of that list. Let me see if I can even do it. Give me a moment. I'm going to see where it is on our webpage. Ew, where would it be? Trade of the week. It's not in account management. Okay, so see, I don't. I just, I'm sorry. I'm just not on our new website. I don't. I mean, I thought it would have been under account management, and maybe not. Yeah, I understand. I do know what you're trying to do, and I know there's a way. Yeah, just give me a moment. I just don't see it anymore. I think in the old website, I used to be able to see it easily. Well, if Pepe can't help you, I will ask the guys. Oh, posted the link in the main room. Okay, good. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Pepe. So if you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. Okay. So you can start to delete. You may be able to do a mass delete, but otherwise just go delete recent windows. Okay. Of which I've got so many, but I don't know how many you've got. But at the very least, you can go delete. You might be able to, doesn't look like you can keep the control key pressed down. Okay, well, 20, so just click. So if you click on that link, it should be brought to your to this page called recent window that Pepe put in, and just start clicking delete. Okay, that should work. Again, Pepe, thank you. So I think you asked me that question last week, right? Regarding the float at T2. So today is the 16th. Let's see if it's been, hmm, because it did the reverse split. So it has been, looks like 3 million, 3.3 million. That's right. It was a 10. When we looked at it, when you asked that question last week, I think it was like something like 340 or 34 million shares, and it was a 1-for-10 reverse split. For whatever reason, our provider has not got that information yet, but it is 1/10 of it, so about 3.3 million. Okay. Guys, sometimes Fridays drag, and not for me today. We had a lot of activity, lots of interesting things. And I don't expect we're going to get too much dragging anyway going forward. We're going to have, I think I said 120 customers, 120 earnings releases this week. And next week, Vince. So yeah, so this week, 100, about 100 and 160. Next week, wow, look at this. So next week we've got about 540 companies releasing earnings, okay? And then the week after that, it'll probably be about the same. So for the next month or so, we will be smack dab into earnings season. And that's when we'll start to see some real, we'll start to see a lot of, especially in the pre-market, we're going to see all those earnings releases in the pre-market. All right, guys, I'm just looking now to see anything in the reversal scan that might be interesting. It's got a little bit of room. This VIRC, you can see it's at a couple of highs. Friday's high and Tuesday's high. A little bit of room to $8 for VIRC. Not much volume. The relative volume is a lot, 8.7. Now there's your clue, 169,000 shares. You can see this does not trade very much because that is 8.7 times normal. So that does not trade very much. I have this one thumbnail, guys, MLTX. Let's see if it holds a 60 or does it give it up? Now, there are some pretty lofty price targets put on. $76 by Needham, and I think $90 by Wedbush for MLTX. They did have some news, positive data for skin disorder drug or whatever, however they treat it, skin condition treatment. Yeah, TANH is moving. I'm just seeing it up here. Did it take out the high? No. So the high of Friday, way up here, almost $4. Close down here. So you have the 200-day moving average to contend with right now, which is at 236. Wow. Now look at Dawn, guys. Day one pharmaceuticals, DAWN. Look what it's doing. Look at the low, 1050 or so. More importantly, look left, 641. 641 is the next low looking left on the daily chart for this DAWN. You can kind of see if it gives this up. It's too bad it's kind of late in the day right now at 220, because if this were earlier and it was doing this, I mean, this could have a tremendous drop. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Ooh, okay. Keep an eye on this MLTX. This looks this looks like it wants to really give up 60. And if it does, obviously it's got some room underneath. What's the spread like? Not great. 59.82, 60. This is the Swiss stock. Okay. So maybe kind of hard. A lot of enough shares available, 120,000 at Interactive Brokers. So that's not an issue. For a real hyper stock, this TPST is not really moving that much right now. TPST. Yeah, you got to wonder what do they have left, Ori? You saw that news in the pre-market. That's a lot, 1.9 billion. So what do they have left as a company to be able to sell 1.9 billion or to get 1.9 billion? And yet, the stock is not doing well. And on that news, it just plummeted. All right. Czech Group enters into definitive agreement to acquire Vista Outdoor Sporting Products business for 1.91 billion. Okay, so but I don't know who Jason Vanderbrink is. I don't know if he's an analyst or somebody connected with Vista. Says will continue to lead the sporting products business. So if you're saying that's not what it's saying, because didn't it say something to do with they are taking their debt too? Oh no, they're taking 1 billion of debt financing to fund the deal. Well, doesn't really matter what we think. This is what the market said. Okay, 750 million. Okay. I saw this Goff early in the day, GOF, yeah, right around here, and man, oh man, what a plummet. Okay, let me try. Let me see something here. So we've got another site has it at 2.5 million in terms of the float for TANH. For these really low floaters, sometimes it's very when they've done many reverse splits. So, there's Yahoo at 1, Finviz at 3, Ameritrade 3.4. Looks like I mean, we're probably getting our data, or it's looking at the Yahoo data. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's low. But even that other site had 2.5 million. So as long as it's to me, as long as it's in the ballpark, it's not, we're not saying 1 and it's actually 20 or something. Very hard, very hard to really nail down float data. Well, guys, this is, yeah, finally, I'm getting no new alerts. Well, the Seco float, I think yeah, 5.2. I mean, that's what we've got. I mean, it's so hard. I mean, look at this. I mean, Yahoo's got 5.2, Finviz has got 5.2, we've got 5.2, Ameritrade's got 98,000. You know, 98,000, not million, 98,000. So they may be right. They may be right. Okay. I mean, it's so hard sometimes to figure out. Now, did they do a reverse split? Because that's 1/10. Did they do a reverse split recently? I remember them doing a reverse split, but that's pretty low already. Okay, so I mean, who's right? I don't know. But obviously, yeah, that is a big difference. 500,000 versus 5.2 million. That is a big difference. All right, guys, I'm going to one last time look at my homepage. I'll be taking off in about half an hour. William will keep the room open till 4. For YouTubers, I'll put the main room link in. So if you do want to hang around and so chat about stocks for another hour after I'm gone, you can head over into the main room. And this is the promo code you can use. So there's a promo code Spooky25 for 25% off. So when you click on my homepage link, you will be presented with this page. Obviously, do not use the Barry 15, use Spooky25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. You must do the get started. 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes. It starts off with your download and your first login. It'll explain what alert windows are, top list windows are. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, is a series of videos that you can take a look at. It is all free. Daily stock of the day video that I do is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section is right here, and here are my scans. Okay, here are the scans. You'll want to take a look at my scans. Here they are. And as always, if you do want to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my promo code. You can save my homepage link. Saving my homepage link then, of course, allows you to look at my scans anytime and at the education section. But it really helps the room. It'll keep the room free. The more people that use my promo code, the more likely that the room will be free. Okay? It was a late alert. You don't usually get too many late alerts like that from the AI. Yeah, 7179, 7113 now. Not bad. Are there any pre-built strategy scans to read through that you recommend? Well, I mean, we do have, obviously I've got my own scans. You can take a look at them. It's not a recommendation so much. It just, that's how I like to trade. So you may not want to trade the way I trade. But we do have a lot of, look at the 10H now. We do have some scans here. If you click on right click, now there are a lot of them. If you right click on an alert window and then click on configure, and you can see These are some neutral strategies, some bullet strategies, some bear strategies. You just explode it. These are all a bunch of pre-builts. These have been here forever. So you can highlight one, high volume moving average breakout. You can take a look at them. You can kind of see what they're looking for. There are a lot of them in here. That's on the upside. And then if you want to short, these are basically just the reverse of the ones to go long. You can take a look at these. And of course, you can always change things. I mean, new yearly lows. I mean, you can add, you can customize it. But there are a lot to look at. And you can also look at the ones we've got here. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. You can take a look at the ones here. All depends on your trading style, of course, Kathy. Guys, I'm getting a poor reception on my, how am I sounding, guys? Am I okay? I'm getting a very poor reception now on my headset. Let me just reload my music player and see if that was the issue. Maybe that was the issue. Okay, guys, thanks. Thanks. All right, 2:37. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be saying goodbye. Unless there are questions, I'll always stick around for questions. Okay, Kathy, if you're curious to try, I don't know what sort of a trader you are. It sounds like maybe you've swung trade or something in the past. Everything I do is geared for swing trading, of course, but you might want to take a look at this. I mean, and I have no idea of your experience trading in general. Oops, wrong link. Okay, that link, okay, with the little bracket in front. So if you click on that link, and you'll be brought to my homepage again. If you the trading 101, so that covers a lot of different aspects of trading. Okay, you don't have to look at I mean, there are a lot of videos, about 38 videos, but I mean, the first one starts off very basic. What is a stock? You don't have to look at every single video, but you might want to take a look at some videos also. The other thing you can do for sure is practice using our simulator. So all you need for our simulator is our standard service. It uses our real-time data. And you must be using our downloadable application as opposed to the web-based version. And you just click on so if you click on new and then brokerage plus, this window is what you'll see. You may have different column headers, but this is the gist of it. If you don't see the send, okay, just make sure you grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out so you do see the send. Now, it probably will say not connected. All you do then is underneath there are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. Click on Sim for simulation or paper trading. Okay, and then that'll if it doesn't turn to simulator in that box, if it says account, just click on account and this box will show up. Simulating trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. You just click on an alert. You click on an alert Okay, it just took a bit, and the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade from this drop down, or you can pick the number of shares, of course. You can type that in. Here's your bid ask. If I wanted to go long Sava right now, if I thought maybe this is going to bounce, I'll buy a couple hundred shares. I'll go in at the market, send it. And now I'm in the Sava. Okay, that's how easy it is to do it. And now you can manage your trade. I want to get out of this. I just have to flatten it. So if I had a bunch of trades I was in the simulator or for real, I would just highlight the one I want and then flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. I could get it at half my position, or I could double my position. So I would absolutely mean you should really, really practice trading before you commit anything. Well, not necessarily, Blaine, because I mean, a lot of these are set up, yeah, for intraday trading. But what if the stock really trades well, and at the end of the day, you like what you see? It has some room to look left. If you look left, if you're long, you could make up your mind. Yeah, I wouldn't mind swinging this. You know, so yeah, these are stocks that are moving intraday very, in a volatile way or abnormal way. But if they close well, then you can make up your mind and say, well, you know what? I love it. I could maybe swing trade this. The fact that I want to get out of every trade by the end of the day doesn't mean you have to. I mean, this is not a suggestion, but I mean, if it were a little bit different, but look at SGH as an example. You might look at that and go, okay, closes near the high, and look at all the room it's got. You might look at that and go, okay, maybe I'll attempt to swing on that. I'm not saying to do it. Remember, it had earnings on Friday and got clobbered on earnings. So I mean, that still exists. But what if, I don't know, what if it were more up in this area here and it did not get as clobbered, but had room to move? You can make up your mind, even though this is showing up on an intraday scan. Yeah, maybe I'll swing trade this. Figure out where you're going to put your stop, and then you could swing it. Good one, Lloyd. I want to say Lloyd Benson. Sorry, L. Benson. I mean, a lot of things that we see here that are moving, they have follow through. You don't know which ones are going to have follow through, of course. If it were that easy, then it'd be simple. But a lot of the things that we follow on a daily basis have second, third, fourth day follow through. It's like the AI. It's the same thing with the AI. The AI gets out of everything at the end of the day. But you may look at an AI trade and go, you know what? I like what I see. Maybe it closed near the high of the day, has room. So you might say, okay, I think I'll swing it. So we don't have anything that's just going to show you stocks on news, but we do have on earnings, Kathy. Okay. News is hard because I mean, people are asking us, well, why don't you have a news filter? Well, we have news, yes, but sometimes, even in a news filter, some of the news is like, does it matter? I mean, look, I could look at my news headline in Interactive Brokers. I could see a bunch of headlines, but you're right. If you want to see stocks on earnings, easy, very, very simple. So, especially now that we're having earnings season coming up, but we have a. Let me just bring up this. I actually have a scan that's based just on earnings, but showed this earlier. So, guys, try to remember this. Ugh. Sorry. Okay, try to remember this. I'm going to sort on the earnings date column. Okay, I'm going to sort on it. Okay, I'm going to sort on the earnings day column on the way down. Try to remember what you're seeing right here. Okay, so okay. Now you can sort in any column. This is a top list. You can sort in any column, all right? And you basically double left click, and that's going to sort on it. So if I scroll down, I don't see any earnings. Okay. Now, when I say I don't see any earnings, the way we designate I designate an earnings play is anything that says minus 0.25 means they released the day before yesterday. Okay, in the after hours. Now, very, very few companies release after hours on a Friday. So that's why, or 0.25 means they released earnings in the pre-market, as an example. Okay. So here we had one, I think I had Finger. There we go. See, very few. HIFS, they released earnings. Most companies, again, as I say, don't release earnings after hours on a Friday. But what I'm trying to show you, though, is that going forward this week and next week and the week after, this column will be full of companies that are releasing earnings either after hours today or in the pre-market tomorrow. Okay, you'll start to see this column fill up. It's just that we're just starting into earnings season. Okay. So again, right now, hardly any earnings plays. But Goldman Sachs, as an example, releases earnings tomorrow. If you just wanted to see earnings plays, you just have a column with your earnings day column, and you could put. Well, I'll show you. Let me get rid of this because one of the scans I am sharing, I don't have it up and running now because there's so few companies releasing earnings. But one of the scans I am sharing, I hope it's still here. Earnings play up versus earnings plays down. Okay, I'm going to open it. See what it looks like. Now this is in the form of a compare count window. If you wanted, you could have it as in the form of two top lists or alert windows, but this is in the form of what we call a compare count window. I mean, it's not going to show me anything. That's why I don't have it running. But you could take a look at that, and that'll show you that earnings plays up in green, earnings plays down in red. There's just nothing to show right now because we're not in earnings season. Or this is a little dock window I've got here. So here earnings plays up, earnings plays down. Again, we're not in earnings season, but when we're in earnings season, excuse me, I would not be able to see them all, okay, even if I stretched out this window, okay? I wouldn't be able to see them all when we're in earnings season, so that's typically why I just sort of usually just want to see the ones near the high of the day or near the low of the day. But but yes, you can certainly see stocks that are having earnings. We're just not quite there yet. You could add the earnings date column to any scan, okay? Any scan you've got. And if all you wanted to see were literally earnings, let me bring back that one window. You'll see what I do. Okay, here's a top list. Earnings plays. Why did I thought I had them both. Okay, earnings plays up. If I want to see earnings plays, if I right click, configure, and then I go to the summary and I click on earnings day, this is what it'll look like. If you put minus 0.25 in the min and 0.25 in the max, you will see companies that release earnings the day before after hours or this morning before the market opens. Okay. Yeah, news releases, no, Kathy. I mean, you can click on because news releases, I mean, there are so many things that a company releases during the day, perhaps, and most of them don't matter. Okay, so that's why it's really difficult, in my opinion, anyway. To the way I look at it is that in a momentum scan, you click on it and you see if there's any news. Okay, does it matter if there's no news and the stock is moving? Probably not. But if you do want to see just earnings plays, this is what you can use. Use an earnings day column, and in the min you put minus 2.5, and in the max you put 0.25, and then that'll just show you earnings plays. And more than likely, yeah, company has earnings. That's why I love earnings season because it's not, and again, I know I repeat myself all the time. It's not because I want to see Apple or Microsoft or Amazon or Meta or any of the big guys. I don't care about them. What I do care about is an SGH. Okay, I care about an SGH that released earnings on Friday, and look what happened. Okay, this is a company. I mean, if you've been in the room long enough, we've heard of Smart Global, but this is not something that most people are even aware of. But so this is what I call maybe the second and third and fourth tier companies that release earnings, and look at what can happen because for 3 months they could be dormant kind of, but the day they release earnings, be they good or bad, you can get these huge moves. That's what I like to see. So in the pre-market, if you have my pre-market scanner, you can just sort on that earnings on the earnings column, and you can see the stocks that are having earnings, and you can click to see, well, what's the reaction. I mean, that's basically correct, Marius. I mean, look, if a stock is moving in the pre-market, okay, yeah, I'm going to click on it, and then the first thing I do, yeah, I check to see the news, see if there's any headline that's sticking out, you know, and then I kind of make up my mind. Well, is that a headline that does that mean it's going to move all day or in the same direction? I mean, we don't know. I mean, look at the people who bought into a MAM this morning, okay, on news, right? This was the news. Okay, this was the news for Amam this morning. Give me a moment. It's I have to find my Firefox or something. Okay. Well, unfortunately, I can't see the news here. Okay, it's reserved for members, but when we looked at it this morning, looked good, looked pretty good. Look what the reaction was. But look what happened once the market opened. Just absolutely got lambasted. So how are you going to trade that? You look at the news, say, okay, that looks pretty good. I guess I'll trade it. Uh, the fact that it had news, okay, fine. But all of a sudden the market opens and the market doesn't care about that news, the so-called good news. I got to find where you guys are. Here you are. I would say, news for bios can be, especially a big one, a major, not some of these small ones, but some of the big ones, and they come up with some phase 3 data and it looks awesome. Sure. But how are you going to trade it? There is not a filter for news. No, there is not a filter for news. No. But you can, I don't use ours. Normally, this is okay. I like to use our news tab to see news from previous days. Okay, if I can find that. But I'll typically just use this headline. This is my Interactive Brokers headline news. So in the pre-market, yeah, I'll click on it. Click on the alert. I'm already looking over on into my platform anyway, and I just do a quick look. Is there a headline? Okay. If not, I forget about it. But interpretation of news, I mean, how many people in this room, and I saw somebody said earlier, how come this is going down when the news was good? Or how come it's going up when they declare bankruptcy? All right, guys, are there any more questions? I'm still eyeballing that TPST maybe for a late day break. Wow, look at the harmony. Well, let's get back to that chart. HRMY. Another big down day on Friday. Big down day. It looks a lot like the SGH, doesn't it? Now, this was not an earnings play. I can't remember what the news was, but look at this. So it's at Friday's high now, and who knows? Maybe tomorrow it starts to fill in this gap a little bit. Yeah, buy the rumor, sell the news. Yeah, it's a cliche, but a lot of times it's true. All right, guys. If there are no more questions, what I'm going to do is I'll just shut myself down. The screen sharing will stop. I'll get off the mic. William will keep the room open until 4. This is the link to get into the trading room. This is for you who are in YouTube. If you want to head over there, I'll keep that room up for a bit. All right, guys, I do not see any more questions, so I think I'll just head out now. So thanks a lot for all the help, as usual, all day long. And I'll put myself on mute in the main room. And I'm going to, well, first I'll stop the screen sharing. Okay, and now I'm muting myself in the main room. And you guys in YouTube, I'll keep it open just maybe another minute or so. So if you do want to grab that link to get into the main room, you can. YouTubers, that should be enough time for anybody who wants to venture over into the main room. So you guys have a great evening also, and we'll see you tomorrow.